an ambush.
How many did you save?
Just like a dream.
You did the only thing you could do. And you lost.
Like a dream.
Look, we're still in this thing.
The day you walked away.
But we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Unfortunately.
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Boyd, we're out of food.
Too many things are changing. I have to remember.
Remember what?
What's missing?
Nothing that I've been through is possible.
I think you're here for what's in the basement.
This place will not break us. We can still win. But the only way we go home is together.
Hello. The game here is rigged. Why can't they leave us alone?
No matter what this place throws at us, we're gonna find our way home.
Everybody just talks about how afraid they are of dying. Well, I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen to you here. Hello?
Like a dream.
You looking for these?
Into my life.
You can't save them all.
But things are really how they seem.
A bus pulls into the town. We have new people who are really, really scared.
We got this one,
Mario.
Christy's fiance. We got Elgin.
He starts seeing dreams and stuff.
The house falls down.
Marielle, Christy, kiss, haircut.
Gets possessed by some dimension of the town.
Then you've got Boyd in a chamber.
Boyd has to get out of the chamber. He meets Martin. Martin gives him worms.
Found out Sarah took my dad's life.
Everyone hates Sarah.
Then Tabitha is trapped in the tunnels.
Victor helped Tabitha escape from the tunnels.
Tabitha's having visions of ghost children that are taken somewhere. Jade's having visions of a symbol.
And he's trying to figure out what the symbol is.
Randall and I just fight, and then he ties me to a tree.
He actually starts to see a ballerina. Who knows why?
And there's this music box that puts everybody to sleep, which is supposed to, but then when they go to sleep, now they're getting tortured. It's like a nightmare that never ends.
We are kidnapped, us and Marielle.
Yes.
What is this place? Is it a simulation? Is it an experiment?
Then what happens?
Pregnant.
Pregnant.
We get married.
Oh, yeah.
And his wife shows up and he has to deal with her again. But eventually he gets rid of his wife. He gets rid of the worms.
Gives them to the monster, kills Smiley, gives me a blood transfusion.
I tell Boyd he has to break the music box.
He destroys the music box.
People wake up.
And he saves the town. But not really.
Little boy pushed me, and then I end up in the hospital.
Boom, boom, boom.
People are still trapped in a town full of monsters.
And welcome welcome all to another edition of the spectacular Fromville Friday. TGIFF, ladies and gentlemen, thank God it is Fromville Friday. And boy, is this a very special Fromville Friday that we are going to be diving into this evening. Not only is the premiere a mere days away now, we can smell it from here, guys. The premiere is within our grasp. But on top of that, we have some all new, never before seen awesomeness that we are going to be showing tonight here on the stream. Not too spoilery. I know a lot of people don't want some big spoilers going into season 1, going into season 3, and the stuff we're showing tonight is not too spoilery. There's one sneak peek scene of episode 1. It's around a minute long. It's a never before seen scene from the first episode. And while it's not very spoilery, I will give a warning before I play it, just in case anybody doesn't want to see it. It's only 60 seconds long. If you don't want to see it, that is totally fine. I'll give a warning before I hit play, and you guys can come back a minute later and dive into it with the rest of us. But it's not very spoilery at all. But we got some awesome stuff. Again, they have been dropping some pretty interesting things pertaining to From Season 3 and some of the things that we can expect to see. And I can't wait, guys. I cannot wait. And I know you cannot wait either, as we are, again, super close now to the Season 3 premiere. And I cannot wait to hear from each and every one of you guys tonight. What are you looking forward to for Season 3? What big deaths do you think are going to be in store for our survivors? What new challenges? What new threats? And potentially, what new monsters are we going to see this season as well? But first, I want to say what is up to Vanessa Wicked, who has just become a new member of the channel. Welcome, welcome, Vanessa Wicked. So glad to have you here, my friend. Of course, all members have access to our custom From emojis, and anytime you guys have any new From emojis that you want me to add to the channel, just leave a comment in the comment section after the stream is over, and I will always see the suggestions there. But welcome, Vanessa Wicken. Thank you so much for joining the channel. I very much appreciate the support, and I think I owe you a whoa. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, here we go. Haven't even said what up to the chat, and we're already handing out woes. That is a good sign, ladies and gents. That is a good sign. And we are diving into it tonight. Let's see who we got here up in the chat with some of our early arrivals. We got Kiwi Skirt in the building, always helping out, dropping that Discord link. Thank you so much, Kiwi. Very much appreciate you. We got Fromville Fiend in the house. Fromville Fiend. Now, that is an awesome name. I must say so myself. Fromville Fiend. I like it. I like it. And yes, Fromville Friday is upon us. Indeed. We got Smiley in the building, or Margie M in the building. Hi, King of Fromville. Jeremy, we salute you. Well, I salute each and every one of you. I am no king. I am a mere humble servant of the chat and of Fromville. But I very much appreciate it nonetheless. We got Big Dago in the house. What is up, Big Dago? We got Ando in the building. 48 more hours left. Yes, Ando. Yes, indeed. It is getting so close. It is getting so close now. Love it. Love it. We got Michael Thompson in the house. What is up, Michael Thompson? What up, fam? Marinate on this. Who told people Boyd brought the cicadas to town? Because what's-his-face shot Boyd on sight, so something is telling. That very interesting point indeed. Yes, we do see that Reggie, at the end of Season 2, pretty much blames Boyd for all of the chaos that has recently happening, and of course him losing his girlfriend by the looks of it. And yeah, why exactly was Reggie under the assumption that Boyd brought all of this chaosness to town? I don't know. I mean, I have a few theories as to maybe Reggie might have been being influenced by something a little bit more than just anger. Or potentially it's just another example of the town really needing to start sharing information with each other on screen. Because you're right, we don't know. We don't know if the whole town knew about the cicadas and Boyd's worms and his run-in with Martin. So I feel you there, Michael. I feel you there. We got Carrie in the house. What is up, Carrie? Good to see you, my friend. Almost home. Be back in about 35 minutes. Sending love and likes. Well, thank you so much for the love and for the likes. And if you are driving, please be careful and drive safe out there. That goes for everybody. Goes for everybody. Got Julie B in the house. What is up, Julie B? And her partner in crime, Sophiel, in the house. What is up, guys? Good to see you. Already killing it on the streaming front. I love to see it. We got Katie Joe in the building. Welcome, welcome, Katie Joe. I hope you are doing well. We got Dr. Deb in the house. Hello, everyone. Fromily, assemble. Yes, Dr. Deb. Yes, Dr. Deb, indeed. 10 times better than the Avengers assembling, am I right? I would take the Fromily assembling any day over the Avengers. But that is just me. I will ride out with my Fromily any day. We got Robert Saunders in the house. What is up, Robert Saunders? And Robert and I seem to be maybe the only two people in the world that might have we were talking about this in Discord earlier. We got a pretty interesting sneak peek at the very first episode, and it seems like for some reason this thing has not made the rounds yet. So yeah, we're going to take a look at that tonight, and it was pretty funny, wasn't it, Robert? I was very surprised to see that practically nobody had seen what we're going to show tonight. Unless, of course, it was a channel that maybe had early access and already saw the first few episodes. But yeah, this is an interesting episode 1 sneak peek preview scene that, again, isn't too spoilery at all. But I will announce it ahead of time before I play it. So if anybody doesn't want to see it, you can leave the chat for 60 seconds and then come right back, because it is a very quick clip. We got Jerry in the house. What is up, Jerry? Good to see you as well. Let me scroll down a little bit more. Let me jump down here. We got Summer Girl in the house. What is up, Summer Girl? Hey, everyone. We are almost there, guys. We are almost there. It is absolutely insane. After such a long wait, after the extended hiatus break due to the writers and actor strike, Fromville Season 3 is finally back upon us. It is finally back upon us, ladies and gents. And I get the feeling our patience is going to be paid off in very big dividends this season. I really feel like this is going to be their best season yet, based on everything that we're seeing so far. So I'm ready. And as my buddy Golden Child says, hell yes, my friend, the final countdown. It's the final countdown. I know I can't sing for shit. I'll never do that again, Chad. I 100% promise you. But yes, it is the final countdown, and we are getting closer and closer now. We got SL Rhodes in the house. What is up, SL Rhodes? Good to see you as well. We got Vic in the house throwing up the talismans. We love seeing those talismans go up in the air. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Indeed, indeed. Let me scroll down a little bit, see if I missed anybody. Well, if I did miss anybody, I try to get as many as possible, but I love to scroll up top and greet some of the early arrivals, people who showed up hours, sometimes days before the stream even went live. So I very much appreciate that. I appreciate each and every one of you. Hopefully you guys know that by now. Love the chat. Got mad love for the chat. And speaking of the chat, looks like we have Justin White has gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Justin White, for the gift of the membership, my friend. Always good to see you. I know Justin is definitely ready for some From Season 3. And it looks like, oh, we also got Dana gifting 5 memberships. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 memberships. Wow. Thank you so much, Dana. Very much appreciate you, my friend. And I am looking forward to it. I am actually going to be hanging out with Dana and Scarlett on Monday night. And they're going to be doing a pretty fun From stream. So I hope all of you come over there and join us Monday night. And I'm looking forward to it. I am looking forward to it. I am certainly really loving that From Season 3 is dropping just 1 week before my birthday. So this is definitely the best birthday present I have had in a very, very long time. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. And thank you so much, Dana and Justin, for the gift of the memberships. And I owe you guys some woe, and I know I owe Dana some glitter. Whoa! Yes, and some glitter for good measure. Indeed. Thank you, one. Thank you all. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. And it looks like we also have a $5 super chat from the Man in Black. Wow, thank you so much, Man in Black. Oh, wow, my birthday is also September 29th. Yes, Man in Black. I love it. Yes, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That is my birthday as well. We are going to be celebrating a pretty awesome birthday present this year, aren't we? It's going to be awesome. So yes, episode 2. When episode 2 drops, that will officially be our birthday, and we will be doing a massive From/birthday celebration stream right here on the channel, and I am looking forward to celebrating with each and every one of you. And I'm probably going to make that stream a call-in stream towards the second half of it. I'll probably just throw the link in the chat. Anybody who wants to come and pop on and hang out with us for a little bit will be more than welcome to do so, and we will kick this thing into overdrive. But yeah, Man in Black, wow, happy early birthday, my friend. Happy early birthday, and thank you so much for the support. Very much appreciate it. And I owe you Hey, whoa. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. I love it. I love it. We are already cooking with oil, guys. We are already cooking with oil. Love to see it. Love to see it. Let's see who else we got here before we dive into all of this craziness. I see Percy Garcia in the house. What is up, Percy Garcia? I see my good pal Susie already giving it to me, and I absolutely love it. Don't tell me what I can do. Yes! Susie keeps me honest. Susie keeps me honest. It's good to have someone, throwing you a good troll every once in a while, and I appreciate Susie's honesty. She, she keeps me on my toes. Thank you. We got Who's in My Room. What is up? Who's in my room? Good to see you. We got Bill D in the house. What is up, Bill D? We got Xavier Anderson. What is up, Xavier? I can't believe Jeremy doesn't have an emoji of Dale. Yes, I knew. I had a feeling there was something I was forgetting. Like someone made a suggestion for an emoji, and I feel like there was something I was forgetting. Maybe it was that, Star. And Star keeps me honest as well too. I love the banter back and forth that we have in the chat between Star and Susie and some of the other awesome members of the chat. But yes, a Dale emoji is coming. I promise. I will have a Dale emoji up on the channel before our watch party goes live tomorrow night. That is my promise to you, Star, and the rest of the chat. The Dale emoji will be uploaded before we go live for our pre-show tomorrow night. We got Wild Marjoram in the house. What is up? Good to see you as well. I see Del Senia's in the house as well. What is up, Del? Good to see you, my friend. I see my partner in crime, Snuggy Jr. is in the chat as well. What is up, Snug? Good to see you, my friend. Looking forward to us diving back into Fromville tomorrow night with the first of hopefully many successful watch parties. Hope you are doing well. Hope you are doing well. We got Illegal Mods in the house. What is up, Illegal Mods? Good to see you. We got Susan in the house as well. What is up, Susan? We got Ezekiel in the building. What is up, Ezekiel? Is there a new sneak peek, like some shots from episode 1? We do have shots from episode 1, yes, but there's actually an all-new scene, a sneak preview scene from episode 1 that we are going to play here in a minute as well. It's, again, it's only around 60 seconds or so long. It's not very long. It's not too spoilery, but obviously it is a new scene that nobody has seen before on the first episode. So if you don't want to see it and you want to go in 100% clean, totally fine. Again, I will give a quick little 10-15 second warning before I hit play. And anybody who doesn't want to see it can leave the chat or mute their mic and just look away for like 60 seconds, then come back. And then it'll be over. But yeah, it's not too spoilery. It's not too spoilery at all. Just some interesting context for some of the stuff we're going to see in this first episode. And we do have some new stills as well. And I have been given a lot of new stills. Some of them are pretty spoilery. Some of them not pretty spoilery. We are not going to be showing any of these spoilery stills that I was received. I know a lot of the chat and a lot of the people in the Discord, they really do not want any big spoilers, any more big spoilers heading into Season 3. And that's one of the things that come with the territory when you run a YouTube channel. Every once in a while, you're going to get either sent something or you're going to have someone putting a comment in the chat that spoils something from you from time to time. And then you have to decide, is this a real spoiler or was this someone just trying to troll? So I hopefully, I try to comb through the comment sections to see if any spoilers were in there. Did see a few that I did delete. So hopefully I will keep deleting the spoilers as they come in so you guys don't see them. I will see the spoilers so you guys don't have to. But I will say the From fandom overall has been much more respectful in terms of not spoilering things for others in terms of compared to other fandoms I've been in. The From fandom definitely seems like they have a lot more respect, which I very much appreciate. And I know everybody else that doesn't want spoilers appreciates it as well. We got Shadow Skulk in the house. What is up, Shadow? Good to see you. Oh, the Thursday the 26th is my 39th birthday. Season 3 starting is the Beth birthday present. Yes, Shadow Skulk. I love it. Yes, my friend. And it is, isn't it? Again, yeah, this is definitely the best birthday present I've had in a very long time. the long-awaited From Season 3 is dropping right next to our birthdays. So, yeah, this is a special one. This is a special one indeed. Love it. Love it, love it. Oh, it looks like Nick L as well, 41 on the 25th. Wow, we got a lot of Fromville birthdays this year. I love to see it. Yes. We got some Fromville birthdays this season. I love to see it. Well, happy early birthday as well, Nick L. And here is to this one and many, many more. One more day, says Jose Ramirez. Yes, one more day. We are just around 25 and a half hours, if they do follow the format that they followed in season 2, and they drop the episodes right at midnight on Saturday when it officially becomes Sunday, technically, then yes, we are around 25, 26 hours away from the first episode. Just one more day. Just one more day. But of course, we will also be doing encore watch parties on Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern for everybody else that doesn't watch the episodes early, because we have a lot of people that are in different time periods. And that was one thing I did promise to do, at least for the very first episode. We are going to be doing our usual watch party that we do Saturday at midnight, right when the episode drops on MGM Plus. But then we will also be doing an encore watch party on Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, when the episode airs for the rest of the world. So either or, whichever one you guys want to come and hang out for, or if you want to come and hang out for both, I very much definitely recommend that. I mean, if nothing else, From is one of those shows you definitely want to watch the episodes more than once. So yeah, well, that's what we're going to do, guys. That is what we are going to do. We got some watch parties. We got some pregame shows. Lots of stuff to look forward to this year. And we got Scarlet Fever in the house. What is up, Scarlet Fever? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Looking forward to hanging out with Scarlet and Dana on Monday. We got Quan Solar in the building as well. What is up, Quan? See BK down there as well. Welcome one, welcome all. Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. Now, all right, enough gawking from me and enough jabber mouthing. Let's talk a little bit about From Season 3. Now, again, there's been some really interesting things that have dropped. And before I play the episode 1 preview, I will play this. And this just literally dropped 1 minute before I went live. It's actually the reason why I was like 2 minutes live for the live stream tonight. I was here very early. I was ready to hit live right at 10 p.m. Eastern. And then I saw something uploaded to the From social media site, or their Twitter. X, Twitter, whatever you like to call it. They uploaded something just as I was about to hit go live, so I figured, let me stop, let me grab this, and we can play this too, because anything from related is always worth bringing to you guys in the chat. And this is a pretty interesting little clip. Now, this is the From Season 3 premiere red carpet. Again, no spoilers or anything like that, but just a little taste of some of the new stuff we're going to be looking at tonight.
So happy to be here.
I'm so excited.
It feels surreal.
Feeling many feelings.
Season 3 is darker. Season 3 is scarier.
Season 3 is insane.
It's bananas.
So much more emotional.
It's different.
The stakes are so much higher this season.
There's something really personal about what's going to happen to everybody this season.
So much happens that is a major turning point.
We go deeper down the rabbit hole.
Things start to come together.
It just amps and amps and amps and amps.
And building off of things that we've already established.
Finally, we get some answers.
There's a lot of drama, a lot of conflict, and a lot of loss.
If it translates on screen the way it did on the page, I think it's going to be truly exceptional.
I can't wait to hear what the fans were most excited to see.
I'm excited for the fans to meet the two newbies, myself and Henry.
They might see me and Boyd interact a bit. Your heart will be broken by the end of the season.
It's going to be unexpected. You just think that you're going one way, and then suddenly the script goes.
Gonna be enjoying this ride together.
I think it's a pretty great season.
This is the best season yet.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here it is, guys. From Season 3 is coming. We are so close now. And yes, Delsenia, that was one of the first things I noticed as well. Father Khatri himself at the season 3 premiere red carpet event, as if we needed any more signs that Father Khatri was going to be in season 3. They've been kind of hitting us over the head with it at this point, between this, putting him in the official season 3 promotional poster, the photos that were leaked earlier on when they were filming season 2 of Father Khatri on the season 3 set in his Father Khatri costume. Yeah, again, as if we didn't need more confirmation, it looks like we indeed are going to see the return of one of my personal favorite characters on the show, Father Khatri. Father Khatri's coming back, guys. He is coming back. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Good stuff indeed. Bill D says, I really hope the barn scene is later in the season, not the first beginning episodes. Well, I guess I won't say anything on that, but if you want the answer as to when the barn scene is coming, watch my latest video. That is all I will say. There is something that recently came out, an interview that Harold Perrineau did with a YouTube channel, and while the person that was interviewing Harold Perrineau was trying not to spoil something, by accident they absolutely spoiled something massive. Not massive, but something pertaining to when that scene might be happening. So if you do want to find out when the barn scene is coming, all I will say is watch my latest video on my channel and you will get the answer there. But I will not spoil it here because I know a lot of people do not want to know any more spoilers. But yeah, if you do want to check it out, my latest video that I just put out today will answer the question as to when the barn scene is coming. I'm looking forward to the scene. I mean, regardless of when it comes, I think it's going to be heartbreaking. I think it's going to be heartbreaking. I mean, I think we already knew that anyway, just based off the sheer kind of dread that is on Boyd's face when he's reacting to whatever he's seeing. I think we knew this one was going to be tough, and I think it is going to be tough. Let's see what else we got. I think I know why Boyd went to a different place than Sarah. Boyd went to the well because he had that 1864 date from the bottle on him, and that is an interesting theory as well. That had crossed my mind as well. Is it completely random as to where these faraway trees send their, decided destination? Or is there something a little bit more to it? Does the tree maybe decide and put people where they think they need to go? Or maybe, like you said, could that note, that date written in Boyd's pocket from the bottle tree that he had retrieved earlier, could that potentially have directed his travel in some way, shape, or form? Because it seems like there might be some kind of connection between the bottles and the faraway trees sending people to a specific destination. After all of the trees have seemed random up until this point, but we did see one tree that wasn't random at all. It seems like Victor knew very well that the faraway tree with bottles in it would send Tabitha directly to the tower. Now, is that the reason why that tree sends people directly to the tower? Do the bottles have some kind of part to play in that? As far as I could tell, that has been the only faraway tree that has had bottles in it. We've seen other bottle trees in the show. The very first one that Boyd and Sarah come across, where they first get the 1864 date, but the tree that they pull that date out of wasn't a faraway tree. That was just a regular tree with bottles in it. The first bottle tree we've seen that was actually a faraway tree was the one that Victor and Tabitha see at the end of season 2. So I've always wondered that. Could the bottles in that faraway tree have... could they potentially be the reason why that tree seems to take people to the lighthouse every time? Almost, it seems like it's a fixed destination there. At the very least, Victor seemed very convinced that that tree would take Tabitha to the tower, where the rest of them are random. So, yeah, very weird there. Very weird there indeed. Indeed. The newbie is hot, says Ty Briggs. Yes, we do have some awesome new characters joining the show in season 3, which is going to be very, very fun to see. And one of them is, yes, the very attractive Officer Acosta. And I look forward to learning a little bit more about her, and to learn a little bit more about Henry as well, this Henry character. Hell yeah, new cast already flexing, says the Man in Black. They are. New cast is already flexing. And yes, as Ezekiel brings up, answers. Yes, the one thing that we have been promised pretty much ever since they really started kind of driving up the promotional material for season 3, that is the one thing that we have been reading and hearing over and over and over again in all of the clips and all of the articles, that we will indeed be getting definitive answers in season 3. And that seems to be something across the board that everybody is saying, whether it's the cast or the crew. They're all telling us that we have some definitive answers coming this season. Now, of course, it's not going to be all of the answers. We're not going to go into season 3 and learn the mystery to this entire series. I imagine whenever we get some answers, we're probably going to get some new questions that come along with them as well. But it is nice to know that they seem to be driving the plot forward a little bit more in season 3 than they have in season 1 and 2. And we are finally going to get some answers that will give us hopefully a better idea as to where we can maybe more accurately start to predict where the show is going to go in seasons 4 and beyond. So yeah, answers are coming, guys. Answers are coming. Love it. I am so excited, says Sophia. I really am too, and this is definitely the most exciting time of the year for me. I love Halloween and Christmas. Those are usually my two favorite holidays. But yes, there's something really fun about September and October. I love the holiday season. It really feels like it's the start of the true holiday season. You get Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, or whatever you celebrate. Yeah, it's just a really fun time of year, and I'm a huge horror fan as well. And something we do every year on the channel here, and it's something we will definitely be doing again this year, is our Halloween movie-thon watch parties, where we take a poll, and I put out a poll every single week on my community page, and we let you guys choose which classic horror film we will be watching for our Halloween movie-thon watch party. And we usually do about 4 of them a month, every Sunday for the month of October, leading into Halloween night. So we are going to have some awesome Halloween movie-thon watch parties this year, and you guys get to decide what we are going to watch. You guys are going to decide. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Let's see what else we got. That Father Khatri is controlled by the entity. Could very well be. Could very well be. There are a lot of pics on social media of the paintings that are on the red carpet and that are shown in the show, and you definitely need to see them. Yeah, I mean, that red carpet, just from that little kind of quick little view of that alone, was pretty interesting. I do have some other stills from the red carpet, but I don't have all of the drawings, so I definitely need to check out the rest of them. And whatever we don't show tonight, we will definitely show tomorrow night on our Saturday show before the watch party starts. But yeah, there's some, the drawings have been very interesting. They've been pointing to some very specific scenes that we have been seeing in the show already, and some that could be pointing to future scenes that we are going to see, or even past scenes that we'll maybe see in flashbacks. And that was pretty evident to us pretty early on in the season when we saw the intro sequence of From. A lot of those drawings that we see in the intro are direct representations of scenes that have already happened in the show. And there's already a few cases of where it really, you can clearly see the translation. So yeah, the drawings are always a ton of fun to dissect. So we will definitely do that. We will definitely do that. Just Jana says, they all look amazing. I love a show where the artists love what they are doing. Me, right there, and you absolutely said it. 100%, Janus, you 100% said it, my friend. It really is true, and it does kind of come through in the finished product. Obviously you want, when you're this invested in a show, you would love to see the cast and the crew just as invested as the fans are, but that's not something that usually happens with a lot of shows, and that's understandable. These are jobs at the end of the day for many actors, but not for all of them. Every once in a while, an actor really settles into a role or settles into a show that they absolutely love and they really believe in. And I definitely get the sense of that from this show, from the actors to the creators, the writers, the showrunners, even the executives at MGM itself. They all seem to be incredibly excited about this show and where it's going, and they seem to be very respectful to the fan base, which is something we definitely don't see from a lot of other studios. So yeah, in my book, nobody does it as well as MGM Plus. They are quickly becoming my favorite streaming service. I'm a little disappointed still that they canceled Chapel Wait. I thought that show was phenomenal, and I really wanted to see season 2. But they have so many phenomenal shows on there, like beyond From. Once you find MGM Plus through From and you start seeing all of the other incredible shows that are on there, you think, damn, this is the streaming service that gives you the most bang for your buck in terms of the price and what you're getting. But yeah, it is amazing. Like you said, long story short, to know that the creatives involved, the actors and the writers and everyone, it seems like they really love what they're doing and they really believe in the show. And that definitely comes through in the final product for sure. For sure. Jim is going to offer to teach the people of Cannibal Village the way of the man bun and get hung upside down like in the Lighthouse. Yes, Xavier. Yes, indeed. And maybe that's it. Maybe that was the foreshadowing Tabitha saw at the end of season 1. Jim is going to try to teach the wrong person the man bun, and then he's going to get strung up by his man bun. I like it. I like it. We got Wolf Spear in the house. What is up, Wolf Spear? Good to see you as well, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Andy says, I am grateful for having found From only a few weeks ago. I can't wait for season 3. Oh, wow, that's awesome. That is so awesome. And yeah, congratulations. And that's great. It's always interesting to see when people are finding the show. Whether you've been here since day 1, season 1, and diving into all of this with us, or you're just finding the show now. Once you find this fandom, it just really is an awesome place to come and hang out and to kind of dive into the show with everybody else. And again, that's thanks to each and every one of you that has made this fandom and this little budding small community that we have here so welcoming and fun to be a part of. But yeah, that's awesome. I mean, so you got a really quick wait for season 3 to get here. We've been waiting for well over a year at this point. I mean, it seems like it's been forever. And I know our other friend, Julie B, also had a similar experience where she just recently discovered the show a few months ago. So for her, season 3 is coming incredibly fast. But for us, it's like, shit, get here already. We've been waiting forever. But yeah, that is awesome. I'm glad you found the show, and I'm glad you found the channel. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I love it. We got Jason H, who has just become a member of the channel. Wow, thank you so much, Jason H, for becoming a member of the channel. Very much appreciate you, my friend. And of course, all members have access to all of the custom emojis that we have down there. And anyone who is a member also has free reign to give me any kind of suggestions that you guys want for new emojis. And you can always leave those in the comment section after the stream ends. That is the best chance I will see them down there. But yeah, welcome, Jason H. And thank you so much for becoming a member. And you guys know what that means. I owe Jason a whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, as Snuggy points out, the barn scene is somewhere between episodes 1 and 10. I think that's a good bet, Snug. I think Snug has nailed it. Sorry if that's a little spoilery. But yeah, I think Snug has nailed it. Somewhere between episodes 1 and 10. We might see that scene in between there or nearabouts. Maybe not. Who knows? Maybe not. But thank you, Snug. It's very good. Have you all noticed a lot of YouTubers now covering From? I haven't really personally. I don't really venture out into the YouTube space too often. Just not because I don't want to. It's simply because I just don't really have enough time. Especially now, like once winter comes here and we're not working as much, because I'm a construction worker. I work outside up here in the Northeast. So when the cold weather and the winter comes along, we're kind of laid off for a good 2-3 months out of the year. When that time comes around, I have much more time to kind of dive into all of these things. But I just don't have a whole lot of time to keep up with all the From channels that are sprouting up. I kind of keep in contact with, the few that are kind of orbiting our area, like Julie, Real, Tony from time to time. And I love all those creators. It's awesome to see that people are kind of coming from the chat and going into creating their own channels, like Scarlett and Dana did last year. Julie's doing it this year. That's always awesome to see people go from fans to creators. But no, I haven't seen a whole lot of channels out there that are starting to cover From. We talked about this earlier on, and we had a feeling that season 3 might be the season where the show started to blow up a little bit more. And we started to maybe see some channels that weren't covering it previously start to cover it now that they start to see there's a little bit of an audience for it. And that's just the natural progression of shows. That is bound to happen from time to time. I mean, and it is what it is. It is what it is. There's always going to be kind of new channels coming in and out, covering the same stuff. I try not to worry about it too much myself personally. All I try to do is try to put on the most fun show I can personally, and try to put out the best videos that I can personally. And that's it. That's pretty much it. Try to have fun along the way. I kind of let the chips fall where they may. You know, views are great. Don't get me wrong, but I don't do this for views solely. I do this because I genuinely love talking about this show with each and every one of you. So even if I was getting half of the views that I'm getting now and had half of the audience, I would still be doing everything the exact same way I'm doing now. Because again, like, you know, it's not that views aren't good. Views are absolutely great. More views are always better than less. But at the end of the day, it's for me, it's definitely a passion project first before it's a kind of YouTube job per se, I guess I'm trying to say. But yeah, that's kind of the natural progression of shows getting bigger and bigger. You're going to start seeing some bigger channels kind of move into that space and start to cover it as well. And again, you know, it gives people more variety, more option to choose from, I suppose, which isn't a bad thing. But yeah, awesome stuff. And it is a sign of growth. I mean, it's awesome to know that the show is growing. One thing that they haven't really been doing a whole lot of is, you know, and I actually saw a comment in my recent video today, and someone was asking something along those lines where, you know, the show is just so freaking awesome, and the fan base that is already here is already incredibly dedicated and so kind of, you know, ready to dive deep into every single one of these episodes. And the question asked, you know, how come the show isn't a little bit bigger? You know, a show this good with this good of a cast with writing that is this phenomenal. And for me, I think the most simple answer is, you know, MGM Plus is still a pretty small streaming service. It doesn't have the reach of an Netflix or an HBO Max. Yes, it's on Amazon too, but it's not really promoted a whole lot on Amazon apart from when it's actually airing. But for me, I think a lot of it comes down to marketing. It seems like From does the majority of their advertising online, and you definitely want to conquer the online ad space when it comes to kind of spreading your show. Like, people are going to find things online and it'll spread via word of mouth. But if you really want a show to kind of really grow fast and grow globally, you really want to get it into mainstream television commercials. Like, you look at something like House of the Dragon, when that was getting ready to air, it did not matter what channel you were watching, any channel, you would see a House of the Dragon commercial at some point or another, because they were just flooding the networks with these promotional commercials of the show. And From's a little bit smaller. I mean, it's a little bit of a smaller show, so I imagine they obviously don't have the budget and HBO does. But I do think if they were to start, you know, just investing maybe a little bit more money and putting some good live TV ads out, you know, during sports events like, you know, Monday Night Football, things like that, basketball games. You know, football draws in millions of views every week. It's why advertisers are so drawn to advertising things and getting commercials during football games, and even more during the Super Bowl, because they know so many new eyes are going to be watching that probably wouldn't have seen your product otherwise. So I do think if they were to invest just a little bit more in trying to get some more TV ad space on some bigger networks, I do think the show would grow that way. And they also did another thing in season 3 that they haven't done for seasons 1 or 2. And that is, they're actually starting to attend really big Comic-Con events. They've done a few smaller events during seasons 1 and 2, but nothing too big. When you look at the 2 biggest Comic-Cons in the United States, it's San Diego Comic-Con is number 1, and New York Comic-Con is number 2. Those are by far the 2 largest Comic-Con events of the year every year. And during season 1 or 2, they didn't ever have a panel at those Comic-Cons, but for season 3, they had a awesome panel where they first premiered the season 3 trailer, was actually there at San Diego Comic-Con. And then they did it again at New York Comic-Con a few months later. And again, that is going to bring in so many new eyes that maybe wouldn't have seen the show otherwise. And not only new eyes that will probably be more likely to watch something like From, because they are at Comic-Cons. When you get people that go to Comic-Cons these days, it's not as geared towards actual comic books as much as it used to be. These days, Comic-Cons seem to be all about movies and television. That is the thing that is pushed the most at cons. And when you have a show like this that is this freaking intriguing, you're at a Comic-Con and you see From's trailer play, there's no way you're not going to be instantly intrigued and instantly start looking that thing up on your phone to learn more about that show. And I think that is going to play a big factor into a lot of people finding season 3 that maybe they didn't before, because we're getting so many new eyes. The show's getting so many new eyes on them due to Comic-Con. So that was probably the reason why I would say From isn't as huge as it maybe could be one day. They just, MGM just doesn't quite have the promotional reach that an HBO does, but it's going to grow. It's going to continue to grow. Again, the Comic-Con thing was a huge win for the show, getting the show in front of a vast new audience that probably hasn't seen it before. So yeah, if they continue to do things like that, I think the show will definitely continue to grow. And hopefully at some point down the line, maybe for season 4, they can start kind of amping up the actual TV ads. Because again, that is going to bring in, a potential whole new audience that has never seen the show. But yeah, either way, it is going to continue to grow. Acosta is a cop, right? Yes. From what we know, Acosta is a new officer. She's an officer that's kind of new to the force. So it seems like she, again, she hasn't been a cop for that long when she does get stuck here in Fromville. And it seems to be like she is a cop that might be in the same town or from the same town that Tabitha ends up in when she escapes Fromville, this Camden, Maine town. It seems like Costa might be from there as well, considering the Knox County ambulance that she comes out of, and that Camden, Maine is located in Knox County. So, yeah, we're going to see Acosta. Now, it looks like we're going to see Acosta in season 2, and of course, the new character Henry as well. Awesome stuff. And yeah, the horror films are so much fun. We had a blast last year, didn't we, Star? I do believe you were there with us last year. Yeah, it was a blast doing the horror films last year. A lot of them were public domain, really, really old classic horror films, because if it's in the public domain, it's something I can do a watch party directly here from YouTube. I can play it right on screen, and it's, everybody can watch it. When it comes to the From watch parties, we kind of have to either break away and all watch them in Discord, or we all bring them up on our own personal device while we're on stream, and we all hit play at the exact same time so we can watch it together. But when something is in the public domain, I can bring it right up here on screen, and it makes it just a little bit of a more pleasant experience. But yeah, we're definitely going to be doing that for sure. It will be crazy if in season 3 the Lighthouse gets crumbled like the Matthews house did by the Entity. Have not seen spoilers. This is just a guess, a theory. Okay, interesting, Bill D. Interesting. And yeah, I've always thought that the Lighthouse it seems like the Lighthouse is going to continue to play some kind of role on the show going forward. It's such a massive and specific item, specific landmark within the show already. You definitely get the sense that we are going to see some more Lighthouse scenes at some point in time. And I'm looking forward to that. I mean, there's still so much about this dang lighthouse that we still don't know. Yes, we know Tabitha seemingly found some way out of Fromville by falling out the window, but we still don't really know the mechanics of how even that happened really yet. She goes out of a window and all of a sudden she's waking up in a freaking hospital bed. I mean, we still have no idea what happened in between. Did she fall through some sort of portal? Like, what exactly happened? How did she get from A to B? So yeah, I think at some point we definitely need some more answers on the Lighthouse, and I do get the feeling we're going to be returning there pretty soon. If not in season 3, I hope we see it in season 3. I'd be surprised if we didn't, but I get the feeling it is going to be a permanent fixture on the show, something that we will continue to go back to, unless your theory is right. Unless the thing comes crumbling down, then that'll be something. And I do have kind of a certain theory. I know I've said it before on the channel here in terms of my tinfoily theory about what the Lighthouse might be, and how the Lighthouse, or the light at the top of the Lighthouse, might be powering all of Fromville entirely. And I always noticed that the lighthouse looks exactly the same in shape from the torch that Boyd takes out of Martin's weird dreamlike space. And I started to wonder, it wasn't until Boyd went back to that place and lit up the torch where he was finally able to access that room again. And part of me started to wonder, when we see the top of the lighthouse, when Tabitha goes out of it at the end of season 2, we see that the glass around the inside, the actual light that is propelling the lighthouse, we see the glass that is surrounding it is shattered in many different spots, almost like somebody maybe tried to put the fire out at one point. And I started to think, could that potentially have been the reason why? Could putting this light out potentially reveal Fromville to the rest of the world? Could this lighthouse be the thing that is kind of powering Fromville and is the thing that is kind of keeping it just out of our real dimension? Because that seems like what was happening with the room that Martin was in. You know, we saw the ruins of it there, but the actual room itself wasn't really in our dimension. It wasn't until Boyd lit up that torch that he was able to access that dimension, that kind of dreamlike space that Julie, Mari, and Randall were trapped in. And part of me always wondered if this lighthouse was that torch, just on a much grander scale. If this torch was potentially kind of keeping the veil between Fromville and the real world closed, and maybe putting this out might actually reveal Fromville to the rest of the world. Again, very tinfoiler theory. It's probably 100% off. But it was always a thought that kind of popped into my mind after seeing that scene with Boyd at the end of season 2 and going back and looking at this lighthouse a little bit and the glass up top. Because again, it looks like the glass has definitely been broken, and it feels like maybe somebody tried to put the fire out at some point. And if that's not why, I wonder, why did somebody try to put this flame out? If that's not what it does, what exactly would happen if someone did put this flame out in this lighthouse? What kind of consequence do you guys think it would have?
I'm sorry. I really am. This is the only way.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. He's sorry. This is the only way. But as you see, when she gets up there and finally gets to the top of the lighthouse, after being lured there by the boy in white pretending to be the Ankui children, no less, you can see the glass that is kind of surrounding the flame in the middle of the lighthouse. It does seem like it was broken in multiple spots. Now, could that just be old wear and tear? Maybe, but it seems a little more deliberate than that. It almost looks like somebody tried to break that glass at one point, maybe trying to put out that flame. But I wonder why. Again, what would putting that flame out do to Fromville? Would it reveal it to the rest of the world, or would it have some other kind of weird consequence? I don't know. I don't know. But again, always a theory that kind of popped up in my mind. If I said if you put the lighthouse fire, not the light out, Fromville would be revealed. Problem is, the entities would escape as well. Very good point as well, Xavier. And that's why part of me starts to wonder if Fromville itself, if that is maybe the function of Fromville, if maybe not the main function, at least a function of Fromville is to be this kind of supernatural prison. What if that's why Fromville is here? What if it is meant to keep these entities, these monsters, and everything else that we're going to be, discovering here along the way? What if that's what Fromville ultimately is? It is this kind of supernatural prison keeping all of these things at bay. But if that's the case, why are people getting stuck here? Why are people getting pulled into a supernatural prison for monsters? Again, it's there's holes in the theory, to say the least. But it is fun. It is interesting, though. It is definitely an interesting theory to kind of think about as to whether or not maybe this thing is one big prison. Who knows? Who knows? Wheels and lights. Wheels and lights. Yeah, let's find out. Boof, as BK. Yeah, BK will be the guinea pig putting it out. You can, as long as you're standing up there, BK, and I'm down on the ground, I'll let you be the guinea pig, my friend. I will let you be the guinea pig. I like that theory. Oh, well, thank you. Very much appreciate that. Again, very tinfoily, but it's just a fun theory. Just a fun theory. Beanne says, the Lighthouse really fascinates me. I get a little bit of an Annihilation vibe, like things are all different than they seem, and maybe alien in a sense. Not little green aliens, but something other. Yeah, again, I definitely get the sense that there is something weird going on here as well. And maybe not, again, not aliens in the sense that we know them, like you mentioned, little green men or Martians or anything like that, but alien in the sense of otherworldly, extraterrestrial. And I do think that ultimately, I think there's going to be more of a supernatural aspect or an answer to most of these things that are going on. It seems like as we get deeper into the show, it does seem like it's heading a little bit more into the mystical, supernatural realm. But there's still a lot of heavy sci-fi elements in the show as well. So for this to be a hard sci-fi show at the end of the day, that wouldn't all surprise me at all. Because the show is kind of technically listed as science fiction. But genres tend to blend and bleed a lot these days, just because something is labeled sci-fi doesn't mean it will be solely sci-fi, as we can already see, some clear, at least aspects of some kind of supernatural stuff happening. We got Jennifer Grover for $4. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Very much appreciate you. Hi, Jeremy in chat. Lots of love to you all. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jennifer Grover. Very much appreciate you, my friend. And we got another 3 from Jennifer Grover. I'm not saying you didn't, but did you read my super chat? Yes, I did. I'm sorry if it took me a minute to get to it. But yes, and thank you so much for the support, Jennifer Grover. I hope you're having a fine Friday night. And I hope you're out there having fun and staying safe. And I definitely owe you a whoa. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. And yes, I cannot wait till Sunday either. It's here. Well, not only Sunday, I think Sunday is going to be great for our Encore watch party, but for anyone that is an MGM Plus subscriber, if you are a paid member of the actual MGM Plus app, we should be getting access to the episodes a little bit early. At least we did during seasons 1 and 2. If you are an MGM member, right after midnight on Saturday, right when it officially becomes Sunday, sometimes they upload the episodes to the app right then and there, and they air it for the rest of the world the following Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. So if they follow that same format, we are going to be doing a midnight watch party tomorrow night right here on the channel, which was pretty much the same format we followed for season 2. We did all of our watch parties right at around midnight. It seems like that's when the chat wanted to do them, right when the episode hits the app. But this year, at least for the very first episode, we are going to be doing the midnight watch party right when the episode drops on the app. But we will also be doing a Sunday night watch party, an encore at 9 p.m. Eastern when it airs for the rest of the world as well. Because again, I have gotten a lot of requests to do one on a Sunday night because we have a lot of people that are in totally different time periods to us. And I want to try to be as accommodating as possible to everybody. So if we have to do 2 a week, to accommodate, we will definitely do 2 a week. But at least for week 1, we are going to be doing our midnight watch party tomorrow night and our Sunday night 9 p.m. Eastern watch party when it goes live for the rest of the world. And the Sunday night one is fun as well because that is when the cast and crew live tweets along with everybody else. So it just adds an extra layer of kind of fun to watching the show on Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern because you do get to directly interact with the cast. Harold Perrineau, Scott McCord, Elizabeth Saunders plays Donna. Just about all of them are on Twitter live tweeting when the show actually premieres. So the Sunday night ones are just as fun as the Saturday midnight ones. But yeah, we will definitely be doing both, at least for week 1. Awesome, Steph. Tiebreak says, I think the boy in white is sending people through trees experimenting on how to get out. I think he wanted to see if something would work that would work. That's why he pushed Tabby out. Ooh, interesting. Almost like maybe he didn't even know if it would work 100%. It was maybe even something he was experimenting with. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Certainly dangerous. I mean, he's certainly offering Tabitha up to be quite the guinea pig, if that is the case. But it's possible. That is definitely possible. That is definitely possible. And it paints an even more kind of almost sinister aspect to the boy in white a little bit, doesn't it? If that was something that he wasn't sure if it would work or not. and he just pushes her out anyway, and he knows that there's a chance that this could actually kill her. Yeah, that definitely starts to paint the boy in white in a little bit more nefarious light. But who knows? Interesting stuff, though, Ty. Interesting stuff. Maybe someone or something is bringing them here. I definitely get the feeling that is what it is. If it's not the boy in white, it's some other kind of entity or some other kind of force. Something is drawing people into Fromville. It doesn't seem like it's just people are accidentally stumbling on into this place. It does seem like they are actually being chosen and being brought here. And again, we do get a little bit of an indication for Father Cautry's entrance when he hears something that he attributes to being the voice of God, telling him to get back in his car and start driving, and then boom, 2 hours later, he ends up in Fromville. Again, could that have been the voice of God? I suppose, maybe. I mean, Father Cautry is a priest. Maybe he was actually hearing the divine, or maybe that was something coming from Fromville. Maybe something was reaching forward and luring Father Cautry into Fromville. But no, I do get the feeling that is probably what is happening, Vic, that someone or something is luring these people inside here. I don't think it's just randomly happening to these people. Seems a little more deliberate. Let's see what else we got. It seems like Tabitha literally astral projects out using the lighthouse. Ooh, now that's an interesting idea. Because, yeah, a lot of people have been wondering if Tabitha's body might literally just be there down at the bottom of the lighthouse, just splayed out. And her, as you mentioned, astral form is actually in the real world. That's an interesting concept. Very interesting concept. And who knows, maybe. Maybe. Wait a minute, a new sneak peek? Yes, Carrie, and now I guess now is a better time, a good a time as any to play the new sneak peek. Yes, I will play it now. And thank you for reminding me. Yes, we do have a new sneak peek. It is a quick little scene from episode 1. And again, it's super quick. It's only, I said 60 seconds, but I think it's a little closer to 70, 75 seconds, maybe even 80. So like a minute 20 tops. But yeah, it's not a very spoilery scene, but I do at least want to give the heads up. If anybody does want to go into season 3 completely clean, not seeing anything else, then I totally understand. So I will at least give a quick little warning, because again, it's not very spoilery, but it does at least give you some kind of context for something that could be happening early in episode 1. So again, I just wanted to give a fair warning to each and every one of you in case you don't want to see it. And if you don't want to see it, maybe just mute your volume or leave the stream and come back in 2 minutes, and it'll be over at that point. But yeah. I will give it a 10-second bid. Actually, I will read this super chat, and then we will play it. We got Dana Marie for $2. Thank you so much, Dana Marie. New York Comic Con Plus from equals fire. I can't wait to be there. Yes, Dana always usually hits up New York Comic Con, I believe. So I imagine that is going to be absolutely awesome. And I'm sure Dana will be taking tons of pictures and sharing her time and experience with everybody once she gets back. And yeah, go knock them dead, Dana. I wish I could attend myself personally. Honestly, I really wish I could take the time to just drive out to New York and attend it with you. Unfortunately, I can't, but I will be there with you in spirit, my friend. So yeah, kick ass, take some names, and I think Dana will be representing the Fromily very well at New York Comic Con. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. All right. Now, without further ado, let's play this season 3 preview scene. Again, really quick scene, but not very spoilery, but it does give you some kind of context for things. So if you don't want to see it, maybe leave the chat now or mute your volume now and come back in 2 minutes, and it'll be done playing by then. But for everybody that does want to see it, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, a sneak preview of season 3 of From.
Let me go! No, let me go!
Ethan! We've been looking everywhere for you.
You told them, didn't you?
Hey, I'm talking
Where'd
to you.
you tell them? We have to go find Mom!
have to do something.
Just go inside, all right? Go.
Dad! You found him. Good.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm gonna go for a walk.
Julie.
It's not your fault, Dad. None of this is your fault.
But things are really hard, they seem.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The sneak peek to season 3 of From. And awesome little scene. Again, like I said, not too spoilery, but it does give us a little bit of context to a few things that we could see pretty early on in the season. The first thing that I noticed seeing that scene is, wow, Ethan has really grown up. And I mean, he has really grown up. He doesn't just look a lot older, he even sounds different. Like his voice, he doesn't have that kind of, toddler kid voice that he had in seasons 1 and 2. Like he's really grown up in between these 2 seasons, and it's very much noticeable. So that was the first thing that kind of jumped out at me. I was like, wow, he even sounds different. But here we get some interesting kind of context as to what might be happening when Victor comes back to town. We do see that Victor is back in town, and he did successfully inform the Matthews family that he comes home alone, that he, I imagine he probably says he directed Tabitha to the faraway tree, and that's it. Because based on the way that it seems like, context for the scene, it seems like Ethan finds out that that Victor comes home alone, and it seems like Ethan kind of just goes off on his own and potentially goes to look for Tabitha by himself. And then we hear Victor say, you told them. So I imagine Victor probably told Jim, hey, Ethan took off. Why Victor didn't go after Ethan himself or stop him himself, I don't know. But at least we get a little bit of an answer as to how Jim might respond to Victor coming back to town by himself without Tabitha. A lot of us were wondering, like, would Jim be pissed? We've seen how Jim has treated Victor in the past, and we know how Jim kind of feels about Victor. He doesn't really trust him. He thinks he's creepy. So I was really worried for Victor, in a sense, that how he was going to be treated when he comes back to town without Tabitha. But it seems like him and Jim are on good terms. And again, maybe that does have to do with the fact that Jim knows that this was Tabitha's choice. Jim knew where Tabitha was going. She told him that this was going to be dangerous. It's something that she had to do. So maybe Jim is kind of understanding that, and he's not putting any of the blame on Victor, which he shouldn't. This was Tabitha's choice solely. To put any of the blame on Victor would have been a little bit of a weak move, in my opinion. Victor was only trying to help, reluctantly trying to help. He didn't even really want to tell Tabitha where that thing was, but he kind of did in the end. But yeah, it's an interesting scene. It's a very, very interesting scene. And again, I'll play it again in a few minutes as well, just in case there are some people that kind of pour in a little bit later and maybe they don't have a chance to see it. I'll wait a few minutes. And I'll definitely play it again with, of course, I will give a warning ahead of time in case anybody doesn't want to see it, because it looks like we have had some new arrivals since then, which is awesome. Welcome, everybody. But yeah, it's a very interesting and kind of cool scene, and paints, a little kind of inside picture as to how Tabitha's disappearance is going to be received, and the fact that it seems like they are taking this as a disappearance. And a lot of us were wondering how that would go. I mean, what exactly would they think when Victor came back to town? And what exactly is Victor going to say? But it seems like, Victor probably played it on the level, told them that he directed her to the faraway tree. She entered the faraway tree and headed to the tower, and he went back to town. So it seems like that is probably where the Matthews family are going to start in season 3, wondering where is Tabitha and not knowing that she even escaped yet. So that's going to be a very interesting kind of journey to see how the Matthews family deal with Tabitha's disappearance, and when and if they ultimately find out that she did really escape to the real world. So yeah, a lot of stuff, a lot of interesting stuff there. And yeah, he did. He packed her a lunch and everything, knowing they are in a ration. He did. He really cares about Tabitha. And that's one thing about Victor that I think, he's been very reluctant to give out any kind of answers up until now. And we see him explain that a little bit in season 2 in terms of he's afraid of the consequences. He's afraid if he reveals too much, it's going to lead to people getting hurt. So he's very reluctant to give up a lot of the information that he knows. But as he and Tabitha started to develop a little bit of a closer relationship, it seems like Victor started to bring those walls down a little bit. And Tabitha seems to be the first person that actually really knows how to really talk to Victor and get through to him, where everybody else doesn't. We saw how Jim handled it. We saw how Jade handles trying to speak to Victor. You know, you gotta, you know, you can't lose your temper on him, because that is just going to cause Victor to kind of shut down. But it seems like Tabitha had a softer approach, a more kind of motherly approach, which I imagine is something that Victor has been missing for a very long time, knowing that his mother, you know, died when he was a kid in a tragic way. So Tabitha really got a lot closer to Victor, got him to open up, and just got him to open up to the point where he at least didn't mind revealing some interesting details that he probably wouldn't have prior, like the bottle faraway tree, and telling Tabitha how to get to the tower, telling Tabitha what happened to his mother, where he found her body. So yeah, Tabitha does seem to be getting through to Victor in terms of getting some answers. She's the best person suited to talk to him in that regard. So yeah, I think this is going to be interesting. I think this is going to be an interesting scene. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of it play out. And we see Boyd coming out of the sheriff station right as this is happening, and Boyd kind of hears it all go down. And then when we see some of our episode 1 stills that were released earlier on, we got some very interesting stills that are apparently all from the first episode. And we see one of them of Boyd talking to Ethan on the merry-go-round thing. And I get the feeling that still is probably taking place right after that scene right there, if I had to guess. If I had to wager a guess. This one right here. It seems like this scene might be taking place not long after that one, where we have Boyd having a little sit down with Ethan, and maybe he's just trying to reassure her that, you know, don't worry, you know, your mother is an absolute badass, she's going to be fine, yada yada kind of thing. You know, because I imagine Ethan, of course, is definitely going to be missing his mother. So it looks like Boyd is going to kind of maybe comfort him in that time of need. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let me scroll down a little bit more, and let's see what else we can see. But yeah, what did you guys think? Let me know in the chat. What did you guys think of the scene? Do I need to play the scene again? Should I play it one more time so everybody can see it one more time, and then you guys can tell me exactly what you think of this new sneak peek? That is what I will do. I will play the scene one more time, just in case anyone maybe didn't see it a few minutes ago when we played it, or if you want to just see it again, I will play it one more time. And yeah, then I would love to hear from each and every one of you guys. What do you think about this new scene? Yes, please. You got it, Julie B. You got it. Yes, please, indeed. I will play it. All right, now, again, I'll give a quick little 10-second warning. I am going to play the episode 1 preview again right now. Again, it's not very spoilery, but if you do want to go into episode 1 without any new information, mute your mic and look away for around a minute and a half, and then it'll be over. But without further ado, here is the episode 1 preview again.
Let me go! No, let me go!
Ethan! We've been looking everywhere for you.
You told them, didn't you?
Hey, I'm talking
Why'd
to you.
you tell them? We have to go find Mom! We can't just leave her out there. We have to do something.
Just go inside, all right? Go.
Dad! You found him. Good.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm gonna go for a walk.
Julie.
It's not your fault, Dad. None of this is your fault.
But things are really how they seem.
Oof, man. Awesome stuff. Awesome little sneak peek of episode 1. And yeah, there we go. Again, not very spoilery. You know, it's not like it's giving us any kind of mysteries or insight into what's going to happen in season 3, other than a little bit of context around what is going to happen when Victor comes back to town without Tabitha. And naturally, you know, the Matthews family is worried, Ethan in particular. But yeah, what did you guys think of that scene, and what are you looking forward to? How do you think it's going to take place? The people in the town supposedly escaped to look weird like the NPCs in Fromville. People in the town that Tabitha is in. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, and I know the level 2 theory is still very much active within the fandoms. There are still a lot of people out there that think Tabitha isn't in the real world. Which again, I definitely think she is, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe she's not. Maybe she's not. On the sun symbol of the talisman behind Tabby, that would mean someone hid the talismans in the cave since they were later discovered. Yeah, I mean, discovering those talismans in that cave was very interesting, very fortuitous for Boyd. You know, it's interesting how he kind of wanders out into the woods, and out of all of the places in the world, out of all of the directions he could have gotten lost in, he ends up there. And I always wondered if that was accident or a little bit more than coincidence that he happens to find these talismans, almost like something maybe guided his hand towards them. But yeah, very interesting the way they were all kind of hidden inside of that little hut, and some of them were even kind of wedged directly inside the walls, like they were almost a part of the structure itself. And we talked a little bit about that little hut. I mean, that hut, of course, it's way too small to be, you know, a structure that anyone lived in or anything like that. But structures like that, built in that stone kind of circular shape, it looked an awful lot like a sweat lodge. And sweat lodges have been used in many different cultures all over the world for thousands of years for many different reasons. Native Americans, of course, were very into using sweat lodges for multiple different purposes, from ceremonies, from healing ceremonies to inducing visions, anything like that. So I almost wondered if that was some kind of ancient Fromville version of a sweat lodge, and maybe that's why the talismans are in there. Maybe the talismans are meant to protect the user when they go inside to have some kind of vision, protecting them from the monsters and all of the other dangers that are out there, and keeping them safe when they're doing some kind of spirit walk, maybe. I don't know, very tinfoily, but it definitely looks a little bit like a sweat lodge. Boyd is the pappy now, him definitely about to go away like he's doing something. Ethan looks like he's ready to crack open a cold one after a long day of work. He did, right? The kid grew up so much in between seasons 2 and 3. And I know we had the extended hiatus, so that gave him a little bit more time to grow up. But yeah, he grew up a lot, and he even sounds different. Even his voice doesn't sound like the Ethan from seasons 1 and 2. But yeah, he's getting bigger. He's getting bigger. Like Boyd's jacket has got holes and stuff, but Ethan's coat is like off the hanger, all Bean, or is that only a magazine? LL Bean, or is that only a magazine? Yeah, Boyd's, Boyd kind of keeps that, that same haggard blazer on all the time, even after getting shot by Reggie. It seems like he's still wearing that same blazer with the bullet holes still on the outside of it. So, yeah. 5 days since someone died. Who the Reggie? Yeah, we did see that. Very interesting. Yes, we see on the bulletin board how many days since an incident, and it had been 5 days. And the last person we see die on the show is Reggie. Yes, Reggie is the last death canonically that we've seen on the show. And I suppose it would make sense that season 3 is starting with a 2 or a 3 or even a 5-day time jump, because we did hear at the end of season 2, once Tabitha wakes up from her coma, she says that it says that she has been out for a few days already, that the hikers found her a few days ago just on the side of a trail. So if a few days have passed for Tabitha, then that means a few days have passed for the people in Fromville, because season 2 firmly establishes that time passes the exact same way in Fromville that it does in the real world. based on the whole Christy and her fiance both being missing or away from each other for 6 months, both. So we know that time moves the same way, because that was a big question at one point. Does time potentially move a little bit slower or a little bit faster here in Fromville than it does in the real world? That was one thing a lot of people were wondering. But it seems like season 2 kind of closed the door on that theory and gave us a more definitive answer that time passes the exact same way in both. So if it has been 2 or 3 days for Tabitha in the real world, it stands to reason that we would get a 2 or 3 day time jump when season 3 actually starts. So yeah, it looks like we have 5 days since an incident, and yes, it looks like Reggie was the previous death. Although it wasn't a monster death, you know, he was shot by Boyd, but still 5 days since an incident. So yeah. Interesting parallel, as it seems Ethan is running after Tabby, much like Eloise ran after Miranda. Very interesting parallel. And not only that, it kind of also points to the kind of, you know, the spirit of Ethan and the bravery of Ethan, where he potentially would have succeeded where Victor failed. You know, because we see after Eloise takes off after her mother, Victor kind of, you know, he's afraid to go after Eloise. He was too afraid. But Ethan, you know, he braved up and he went right after Tabitha. So it very much parallels Eloise's storyline, Eloise going after her mother, but it also kind of shows that Ethan, you know, has that bit of bravery that maybe Victor was lacking in that moment. And I think the conversation that Ethan and Donna have probably led to Ethan becoming a little bit more brave. I mean, this is his mother, so yes, he's going to kind of maybe throw caution to the wind to try and look for her. Children like Ethan don't have the exact same sense of danger that adults do. So, you know, anyone who has had children, you guys know, I mean, kids throw caution to the wind sometimes. Hell, we all know that. We've all been kids at one point. I know I was the same way when I was a kid. I would throw caution to the wind and end up getting into all kinds of scrapes as a kid. So yeah, kids just, you know, you know, their propensity for, you know, recognizing danger around them just isn't quite like adults is. So I could totally see Ethan just taking off into the forest searching for Tabitha without really thinking about any of the consequences. But yeah, very interesting though that he and kind of Eloise's parallel there. Very good call, Dr. Deb. Very good call. Let's see what else we got. Julie sounded a little suspect. Maybe what happened to her in season 2 showed her stuff. Ooh, maybe, and yeah, it does seem like Julie's going to be dealing with some kind of trauma in season 3. We're not exactly sure what that trauma is going to be, but I'm sure anyone who's been on these streams, you have heard me probably mention that I get the feeling it's going to be tied to, like what you just mentioned, what happened to her at the end of season 2. Her, Randall, and Mari being trapped in that kind of cicada-like coma that they were in. I wouldn't be too surprised if we are going to see that there are going to be some kind of lingering after effects that might be affecting Julie, Randall, and Mari. Almost like it's not fully out of them, whatever was happening to them. I get the feeling there's going to be some kind of side effect. Let's see what else we got. And as Dr. Deb says, Eloise didn't have the benefit of Tien Chen grabbing her. Right? Tien Chen snatched Ethan right up and said, no, you don't, kid. No, you don't. You know, cussing at him and stuff. Probably, I don't know if she was cussing at him, but it sounded a lot, you know, similar to how she would speak to Jade. And she very much does kind of speak to Jade. Like, Jade is a toddler as well. And that's one thing I loved about season 1 when Jade was living with the Kenny and Tien Chen. Tien Chen really kind of stepped up to be that like stern motherly figure that Jade needed, and it really kind of whipped him into shape in some certain scenes, like him not wanting to come down for dinner, and you know, her coming up and kind of, you know, lighting a fire under his ass, or a scene like that where she's kind of like, nope, sorry, Ethan, you're staying here, pal. Yeah, Tien Chen's awesome, and I think that's why a lot of us are very, very worried for her being on the chopping block in season 3. Because in terms of, and I said this last week, but in terms of like characters on the show that are just like 100% pure of heart, like as pure of heart as you can get, I think Tien Chen is as close or closer to that than any other character. And I think we get a really good indication of just how pure she is in season 2 when she does find out about what happened to her husband and Sarah's role in it. When Sarah does eventually return to the diner to retrieve her belongings, she's confronted with Tien Chen. And the dialogue that Tien Chen delivers in that scene is some of the most memorable dialogue on the show to date. They don't give Tien Chen a whole lot of dialogue, and they don't really need to. I mean, Elizabeth Moy, the actress who plays Tien Chen, she is like, her body language is so good. She's so good at conveying emotion and conveying things without even having to say anything. So she really is a phenomenal actress. So giving her minimal dialogue hasn't really diminished her role in any way. If anything, it's kind of enhanced it and really kind of showed her acting skills on display, because she really has just a great way of kind of portraying what she's feeling at any given time without really saying anything. But one thing I really did like, even though her dialogue is minimal, the dialogue that she says when she meets when she meets Sarah in the diner, and she gives Sarah her belongings and says, "I took care of you, and you put hate inside me." And just the way she delivers that line, you could really tell that hate is something Tien Chen hasn't really experienced in her life. And again, it just really speaks to how pure of a person she is. Someone who is kind of that good and that honorable and that noble, who doesn't even really understand what hating someone even feels like until she has those feelings put into her by Sarah. So I always thought that was one of the most powerful scenes in the entire series is Tien Chen. You really get to see just how pure of a heart she is, that, I took care of you and you put hate inside me. The fact that Tien Chen, felt even a modicum of hate towards Sarah, which was very much justifiable for what Sarah did. But the fact that, the way that she conveys it in that manner, it just really, again, showcases you of just how pure of heart Tien Chen is, and that even hate entering her heart is something that feels incredibly foreign to her. So again, it really points to her. She's one of the coolest characters on the show, for real. One of the coolest characters on the show. Whoops, hit the mute button, didn't even realize. Here I am talking to nobody as I hit the mute button. Sorry, guys. But yeah, it's, again, Tien Chen, awesome, top-notch acting from Elizabeth Moy as well. She's phenomenal. I think the new sneak peek proves that Tabitha will not be returning to Fromville in season 3. Ooh, interesting. I think she'll be returning in season 3. I mean, I think it's a matter of when. Is it going to be early on, like some think, or will it be later on at the end of the season? I do get the feeling she will ultimately return in season 3. I'm hoping it's not till the end, but it's hard to ignore the signs and the foreshadowing that does potentially point to her returning a little bit earlier than a lot of us wanted, at least. I am very much in your camp, Carrie. I was really hoping that Tabitha is going to spend a lot of time in the real world, just because it just adds such an interesting layer, an interesting aspect to the show and to the storytelling. Having Tabitha back in the real world with this Henry character, doing everything they can to try and learn a little bit more about Fromville and potentially find a way back into the town. I mean, for her to return super early in season 3, it's gonna feel a little bit anticlimactic if that is the case. So I'm hoping she doesn't return too soon, but I get the feeling by the end of season 3 she'll probably be back. But who knows? Who knows? Let's see what else we got. Yeah, Boyd just changed his shirt. Yeah, we see Boyd changing his shirt. And I get the feeling that's probably him changing the undershirt after he just got shot by Reggie. Because we know when Boyd does come back to town, he's got, I don't know how many of these orange shirts Boyd has, but he seems to have endless numbers of this same orange shirt. So it looks like he's taking one of that one off that he was wearing when he got shot by Reggie. Because again, he comes back to town after the whole Reggie incident, when he leaves the room where he first encountered Martin, and he says, "You don't break me." You can see he's got blood on his shirt. So clearly, the buckshot from Reggie definitely left a little bit of a mark. So it looks like that was probably him going in there to change his shirt after getting shot by Reggie. But I don't get that scene is happening after the barn scene. I get the feeling that scene will probably be happening before the barn scene, but who knows? Who knows? But again, it seems like Boyd has fucking endless amounts of these damn yellow shirts. I don't know how many he's got, but dang, he seems to have a lot. He seems to have a lot of these yellow shirts. All right, let's see what else you guys are saying. Let me scroll back up a little bit. We'll look at the new stills here in a little bit as well. Not a whole lot. Again, I didn't want to show any of the spoilery stills, and part of me is wishing I didn't see some of them, to be honest. And again, that's one of the downfalls of having a YouTube channel. Sometimes you see things in the comment section you wish you hadn't, or sometimes you have fans that are just kind of eagerly sending you things and not really realizing that you maybe don't want to be spoiled, which is, it happens. It's totally cool. I never take it to heart in any way. Luckily, nothing too crazy big has been spoiled for me up until this point, except for one thing, and I'm not even 100% sure if that one thing that was spoiled is even true. So it's all good. But I will try. I tried to brave the comment sections on my videos, and if I see any spoilers, I try to delete them before at least reading the whole thing. That way, at least any of you guys that are ever down in my comment sections, you can kind of rest a little bit easier knowing you're not going to see spoilers, at least on my channel. Because I know they have been popping up all over the place lately, especially on Reddit. I don't know if any of you commonly frequent Reddit, but I would definitely say stay away from Reddit, stay away from Facebook, stay away from a lot of the heavily trafficked areas that talk about From. Obviously, our Discord is very safe, and there's no spoilers allowed in our Discord, and everybody has been very respectful to honor that up until this point. So if you do want to, some place to kind of talk from, our Discord is always available, of course. Of course. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Let me scroll up here a bit. Let's see what you guys are saying. Uh-oh, it looks like we got a $5 from Chocolate Beauty. Wow, thank you so much. Chocolate Beauty, I very much appreciate you, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In my opinion, Tien Chen can speak English, but chose not to in order to listen to what others say. I think she is the mole, another nod to Lost. Oh, man. Okay. Okay, Chocolate Beauty. Okay, I see where you're coming from. And I suppose that could be a very interesting tactic to employ. I mean, if Tien Chen was the mole, I imagine she would probably want to come across as unassuming as possible, draw the least amount of attention to herself as possible. So yeah, pretending that you don't really speak a whole lot of English, that could be one of the ways where people might not be crazy guarded to speak around you, and compared to other people. Maybe she can pick up on and eavesdrop on some things that other people may not be able to, because people just think she can't really fully understand everything. So it would be an interesting tactic to employ if one were a mole, to try and play it off like your English isn't too good. So that's an interesting idea, Chocolate Beauty. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. And yeah, like you said, we have a lot of interesting Lost stuff, a lot of Lost parallels between this show and that show. And Lost did famously have a pretty big mole early in season 1 that was revealed. It had a whole storyline behind the mole on Lost, and where they came from, how they kind of infiltrated the group and all of that, which is a fascinating few episodes in season 1. But yeah, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. I'm starting to believe she will return in season 3, and I'm not happy about it. Maybe how it plays out will change my mind, but it seems like a ways. And that's kind of where I am as well. Again, a lot of the signs, there's definitely some signs and foreshadowing to her returning a little bit earlier than a lot of us wanted. Again, I mean, if that is the case, I hope they have some really good kind of payoff for that. Because it would feel a little bit like a waste, like a little bit of an anticlimactic kind of storyline. I think a lot of us were ready to kind of dive in deep and see Tabitha go on this epic journey in the real world, trying to get back into Fromville. So for that to kind of get cut short, and for her to kind of return after just a few episodes, it's, again, in my opinion, it would be a little anticlimactic unless there's some big kind of reveal that comes along with it. And again, the writers of From, the creator of From, they seem to be incredibly clever at crafting a very compelling narrative up until this point, and I have 100% faith in them. So if Tabitha does return early, I'm going to have faith that they're going to have an interesting plan for that. But I'm right there with you. I mean, just on just looking at it off on first glance, I would much rather see Tabitha not return to Fromville for a while. Give her like a really gut-wrenching kind of journey that she has to go on before she gets back to her family. Like that, I mean, there's just so many interesting things to explore there from the writing perspective, I would imagine. But again, either way, I'm sure they're going to have something very, very awesome in store for us. Let's see what else we got. What episode do the children go discover the ruins? If that's the last episode, Tabitha is not there. They would never leave town if she was, not unless they go find her. I'm not exactly sure of what episode it is exactly, but I know it is a later episode. I don't know if it's the last episode, because episodes 9 and 10 didn't actually have any synopsis when those episode synopsis first came out. 9 and 10's descriptions were left blank. There was only descriptions for the first 8 episodes, but I do remember reading that a little bit later on. So I want to say that was probably a 6, 7, or 8 episode synopsis when that did come out. I don't think it was earlier than that. I think when Tabitha returns, it won't be her choice as Princess B. And that's a very interesting possibility as well. I mean, if she does kind of get back into Fromville, it stands to reason that whatever brought her there in the first place might be bringing her back. So yeah, maybe it's not her choice entirely. Maybe she kind of gets sucked in there before even she wants to. Maybe I don't know. Who knows? Maybe there's a big. Alrighty. Oh, let's see what else we got. Let me scroll down here a little bit. But yeah, man, I can't believe we are getting closer and closer to From Season 3 getting here. I can't believe it is just around the corner. I hope we're not building theories on production continuity errors, and that's another possibility that we need to kind of look out for. You're 100% right, Michael, because, with this show being the way that it is and being that it's just completely wrapped and shrouded in mystery, by its very nature, us as the audience, we're going to tend to overanalyze everything that we see. And sometimes what we overanalyze is going to mean something. But other times, maybe more often than not, it's not going to mean anything. So that is something I have been trying to kind of train my brain to kind of remember as I'm diving into the show, as I'm crafting theories, and as I'm trying to think of where this thing might be going. I'm constantly trying to remind myself that, okay, we need to be too careful not to dive too deep into things that might mean nothing. Because again, just, the very nature of the show, it makes you want to dissect every little thing. And sometimes we look for meaning in things that don't really have any deeper meaning, but seem like they do just because the very nature of the show is mysterious. So we think everything means something. And I think a lot of it does. But I also think there are going to be some things that we have been dissecting that are going to mean absolutely nothing in the long run. That probably is going to be a possibility for at least a few things as well. So, you're absolutely right. We got to be careful not to kind of overanalyze what could maybe just be a production error on the show. And we've seen shows have been capable of that in the past, where it's a little error in the production, and fans are diving into it deep, like it's some kind of hidden clue that we're supposed to be solving. And again, that stuff can be fun. That I think that's what makes this show worlds apart from just about everything else that's on TV right now, is the diving into it. The mystery aspect of this show is what is drawing so many people to it. We want to learn about these things. We want to dive into the weeds. We want to kind of figure out what this means, what that means. What are the kind of deeper underlying messages of the show? We see some of these scenes on the surface, but what are the underlying messages that the writers and the directors, what story are they trying to teach us by telling us this? So me personally, I always try to look for the deeper meaning in things, but sometimes you have to be careful not to get dragged too deep into the weeds. So I agree with you there. But if Reggie died 5 days ago, why would he just now be changing his shirt? That was shot. That's a very good point. That is a very good point. Unless the 5 days ago incident wasn't referring to Reggie's death, maybe the 5-day incident was referring to the last time a monster killed anybody. And I'm trying to think of the last time a monster killed somebody in season 2. Who was the last monster death? We know Kelly gets it in season 2. She's one of the later ones. But after that, a lot of the monsters are killed by the entity. I mean, there is Reggie's girlfriend, Paula, that gets killed by the entity. Could that have been the 5-day ago incident that last happened, maybe? Could they be counting 5 days from the last supernatural death? I don't know, but like you said, that makes a good point. If that is Boyd just changing his shirt right there, unless that's just Boyd changing his shirt just because it's just a normal new day. Maybe the Reggie shooting did happen 5 days ago, and we just happen to see him changing his shirt. I mean, I imagine people are going to be changing their shirts a lot in a place like this. But no, that is an interesting question, though, Carrie. So yeah, that's the only thing I can think of is if it's not the Reggie death that was 5 days ago, maybe it was the last time a monster death occurred, either Kelly or Paula. But yeah, good question though. Good catch. Very good catch. I like Ethan's Victor flannel. It's pretty catchy. It's pretty snazzy, isn't it? The old flannel there that Ethan has on. Ethan's old flannel. Who's the mole in Lost? Ooh, interesting. The mole in Lost is his name is actually Ethan, of all things. And that's one thing that you'll notice about Lost. There's tons of characters in Lost that share the exact same names with characters in From. Whether that's coincidental or on purpose, I don't know. We do know a lot of people that worked on Lost are working on From now. And obviously the two shows share a ton in common. But yeah, the mole in Lost, his name was Ethan. And he was actually a native of the island. When they crash on the island, they, of course, are survivors of the plane crash. But then they slowly start to realize that there are natives on this island, people that have been living on here for Lord knows how long. And one of them, named Ethan, was sent to the plane crash to kind of infiltrate it, to play himself off like he was just another member of the plane crash. But as they start to slowly discover the passenger manifest and they start learning everybody's names, they realize that this Ethan person wasn't on the manifest, and that kind of exposes him to not being on the plane, which just raises tons of questions for the survivors, because then they have 100% confirmation that there are other people on this island, which they have been getting hints at up until that point anyway. But that was kind of the confirmation that there was a mole amongst their ranks. And yes, his name was Ethan. Ethan the Mole. So Victor predicting things with his paintings. He drew Boyd in the well. People said it's not him because he's not black, but there's another painting of Boyd with the goat, and he says, and that was I did see some people saying that as well when I dissected that as well. And I'm with you, Ty. I 100% think that is Boyd. And it's way too similar for it not to be, even down to the damn orange shirt. But yeah, I mean, I did a video a while back, early in season 2, where I dissected every one of the drawings that is in the intro sequence, and I came to the same conclusion as you. I definitely think that one was a depiction of Boyd in the shaft. It's just it's way too similar to not be. And I do believe I have that. I do believe I have the drawings. Yeah, here we go. We got all the intro drawings right here. And here is this one. And yeah, as soon as I saw that, I instantly thought, okay, this is Boyd trapped at the bottom of the shaft. And again, I could be wrong. We could be wrong. That's possible. But based on everything we've seen on the show and these drawings, it seems to be that Boyd in the shaft is the most accurate depiction of what this drawing could be. And we see some other interesting ones as well. Obviously, we know Father Cautry's church, the crows, yada yada. We see the boy in white with the weird crow of the mouth. So it does seem like a lot of these are going to be scenes that are going to be happening directly on the show. And we have even confirmation of that with the latest season 3 trailer that came out, as we finally see this exact same drawing of the boy in white, or the teenager in white, as some of us have been referring to it as it doesn't really look as young as the boy in white, but definitely is a depiction of that boy in white figure with a crow-like mouth. And we do see in the season 3 trailer, the latest season 3 trailer that came out, that exact painting is also down there in the basement with Tabitha in the real world. So yes, it does. I mean, it is starting to look more and more likely that a lot of these drawings in the intro sequence, or maybe even all of them, are going to be direct depictions of scenes that are going to be happening in the show. It looks like that could potentially be the case. But again, I guess we shall find out. We shall find out. All right, let's see what else we got. I think I have, yeah, here we go. Yeah, we had that boy in white in the intro sequence, and here, if we look, we can see the boy in white is also in that basement with Tabitha. Here it is. Same boy in white picture from the intro sequence. So yeah, again, it looks like a lot of those drawings in the intro, if not all, will be some kind of representation of a scene that we're going to see. I think, anyway. Who knows? Maybe not. What the heck is that devil-looking thing on the stilts in the background photo? Hadn't noticed it before. Devil-looking background thing. It's on the stilts in the photo. Devilish-looking background thing. I don't know. I have no idea what photo I had up when you were referring to that. Did I have the Ethan photo up when you mentioned that? Was that the Ethan photo you were talking about? Was there something in the background? Or was that a different photo you were referring to, Dr. Deb? I'm not sure. Let me know what photo you were referring to, and I'll try and bring it back up if I can find it. Devil-like thing. Interesting. Interesting. Has anyone wondered why Father Kotri and Victor never had any interactions in season 1? That's a very good question, yeah. I often wonder that there's a lot of characters that just haven't really interacted with each other that we've seen, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing a few of them interact for the first time in season 3. Like Victor and Sarah, for instance. I don't think we've ever had a scene of Victor and Sarah even speaking to each other or anything, or even being in the same scene at all. But we see in season 3, it looks like Victor and Sarah are going to be sharing some scenes together when Victor is talking about something is missing, and there's something that he needs to remember as he's telling this to Sarah. So yeah, I think we're going to start to see some characters have some scenes together that haven't in the past. But yeah, Father Kotri and Victor, I don't recall those two having any scenes together, at least not any prominent ones. Not sure. All right, let's see what else we got. Let's see what else we got. Scrolling down. Let's see. All right, here we go. Let me get down to the bottom here, catch up with you guys. Let's catch up with what you guys are saying down below. Here we go. Trying to find a place to start. Here we go. Does the boy in white ever move his mouth? He does in one scene. I mean, and that was one thing we noticed in season 1, that when he's speaking to Sarah at the end of season 1, when he's directing Sarah and Boyd to get into the faraway tree, he's communicating with Sarah, but he's not moving his lips, which was very interesting. And a lot of us were wondering, how the hell is he conveying this message to Sarah in the first place? Is he kind of, telepathically projecting a message right into her head that she can just kind of hear, maybe similar to how she hears the voices? Is that how she hears the voices when the voices come through? Maybe kind of just a disembodied voice, kind of just coming from the ether that she's catching. Maybe that's kind of what I thought. But we do see when the boy in white is talking to Tabitha at the end of season 2, when he pushes her out the window, he's physically talking to her. And when he says, "I'm sorry, this is the only way," we actually see him physically talking to her in that scene. Whereas in the Sarah scene, like you mentioned, his mouth wasn't even moving, and it was more like a telepathic connection. He was kind of beaming that into her. So yeah, but we do eventually see him speak. But yeah, why the crow on the mouth? Why the crow on the mouth, indeed? Why the crow on the mouth? On my screen in my background. Oh, okay, gotcha. I was wondering what you meant. I wasn't sure what you were referring to. My screen in the background. Yes, this is just a background I made for From. This photo back here isn't actually From related. It's just a horror photo that I've had for a while that I kind of use for thumbnails every once in a while. And I just thought it would make a fun background. Now that we have been seeing these weird kind of totems in the show, I thought, okay, this will be an interesting kind of thematic kind of thumbnail I can use every once in a while during season 3 with these weird kind of stick-like figures in the background and it having a general kind of Fromville feel to it. But no, that stick figure back there, that is not an official MGM From photo. That is just a horror image that I've had for a while. And just, again, something I just use for thumbnails and for screensavers. But I thought it would make a fun screensaver, so I kind of just plopped it on there. So that's the. I was wondering what picture you were referring to, Dr. Deb. Now I see. Yeah, it is the picture in the background with Boyd. You mean the man in white? Yeah, I know, right? It's not the boy in white anymore. It's the man in white, the teenager in white at the very least. Very much like Ethan has grown up a ton. An absolute ton. Let's see what else we got. The man in white just looks just like the writer of the show to me. Maybe this is about his dream after 20 years of writing. He's tired. Ooh, interesting, Carrie. Very interesting. And one thing I also noticed is that painting also looks an awful lot, and I mean an awful lot, like Michael Emerson. And this is something we talked about in the Discord, I believe, a few nights back, when we first started to see the full kind of version of this thing. And we started to notice that the head, the face in particular, it bears a striking resemblance, a very striking resemblance to Michael Emerson, the actor on Lost who played Ben Linus. It's just, again, it's almost uncanny how much alike this boy in white picture looks like Michael Emerson. So I don't know what that means, if it's just a wink and a nod to Emerson or if it's just a complete and total coincidence. But it's kind of uncanny when you put when you put a Michael Emerson picture side by side with this boy in white. I had a side by side comparison. I forgot to upload it to my folder, but it's super similar. It looks an awful lot like freaking Michael Emerson is the blueprint for that boy in white photo. Maybe, I don't know. Very, very similar though. Very similar. Let's see what else we got. Well, Victor and Sarah build a pillow fort this season, I guess. Yes, we do see that as well in the one of the most recent teasers. And it seems like they're building some kind of fort down there in the basement. And it almost looks like maybe one of them knock over a candle or one of the kerosene lanterns, maybe, perhaps. We have seen these kerosene lanterns that have been, we've seen them in Colony House in the past, and I imagine there's probably more of them within the town as well. And with the with the cold weather coming around, I'm starting to wonder if these houses even have a means of heating them. This place, Fromville, seems to always be in a perpetual state of summer. So these houses have never really even needed heat. And we see a lot of the characters seem to be wearing their thicker clothing inside a lot in a lot of the trailers. So a lot of us were wondering if maybe the houses don't actually have any heating systems, and maybe that's why we see some of these candles and some of these kerosene torches being lit. They're not only for light at night, but to keep people warm. But it almost looks like one of them gets knocked over in that scene, and it almost looks like a fire is breaking out, and it looks like Victor is trying to put the fire out in the season 3 teaser. But yeah, a blanket fort. Very much a blanket fort. Victor would expose Katri's cover if they met. Father will return as a real big problem, says LOL this game. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, and I wonder what kind of vibes Victor would have gotten from Father Katri, if he would have gotten any kind of weird vibes from him. We see the vibes that Victor gets when he gets near Elgin. He instantly does not trust Elgin for whatever reason. So I wonder how it would have been if Victor and Father Katri would have interacted today. I wonder how that would have been. Yeah, don't invite Sarah to a slumber party. She'll steal another scalpel. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. We got to keep all of the sharp objects away from Sarah. Maybe the voice Sarah hears is the same one Jim heard on the phone. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Could very well be. Could very well be. And I can't wait for that phone call scene that Jim gets in season 3. I'm hoping and praying that it is in some way a continuation of the storyline that was kicked off at the end of season 1 when Jim first hears a voice coming over the radio. That has been such a mysterious storyline. I feel like that has been something a lot of us have been dying to learn a little bit more of ever since it happened. So I'm hoping season 3 will touch on that in some way, shape, or form, where we'll learn a little bit more of what exactly was on the other end of that radio that was talking to Jim. So hopefully we get something like that. Hopefully. Let's see what else we got. Scrolling down. I wonder if the big monster allowed Tabitha to escape, releasing it into the real world, too. That's why the boy in white says this is the only way. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Like maybe Tabitha escaping left some kind of doorway open for something else to escape with her. That's an interesting possibility, and I brought this up in a few live streams back. Not this, but in terms of Tabitha escaping Fromville, I feel like it can't just be a coincidence that Tabitha escapes Fromville and ends up in Camden, Maine, and then seemingly an ambulance from Camden, Maine, also arrives in Fromville a little bit later on. There's no way that is a coincidence. Almost like Tabitha escaping Fromville left some sort of rift or some kind of doorway open that the ambulance kind of falls through a little bit later on in the season. Or again, maybe the ambulance was meant to come back to Fromville if that Tabitha theory is accurate, which it very well could be. It very well could be. But yeah, I always thought that was interesting. Let's see what else we got. It looks like Boyd is screaming because he's seen a stilt monster. He is. Boyd is screaming because he saw the stilt monster over alongside him. That is what happened. That is what happened indeed. Let's see what else we got. To me, the photo looks like Dad in Married with Children. Good stuff. Good stuff. The man in white is the smoke monster. Crow for a mouth, crows in a trench coat type deal. Yeah, and I always wondered if we were going to get some kind of smoke monster equivalent in From. I mean, obviously we would not get anything exactly the same, but the smoke monster was such an interesting part of Lost, and you see how similar this show is to Lost. I wonder if there'll ever be some kind of equivalent to the smoke monster that the show Fromville kind of unveils at some point. I'm not expecting it, but it would be pretty cool. Again, maybe that's just my bias towards all things Lost because it's one of my favorite shows. Sarah and Victor playing house. Bow chicka wow wow. Uh-oh, Wolf Spear. I hope not. But yeah, it looks like they're, at the very least, it looks like they're going to be building some kind of fort. The drawing of the boy in white in show opening looks a little different from the one Tabitha looks at in the basement. One more scared or dirty, it seems. Ooh, interesting. It could be. I mean, it looks pretty similar. I mean, for the most part, I feel like all of the main details are pretty accurate. But it's possible they could have dirtied one up a little bit more than the other. That's definitely possible, for sure. Definitely a possibility. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, I would lose my shit if Michael Emerson just strolled out of the woods one day on From, all dressed in white. We need to manifest that into reality. I mean, if there was any actor from Lost that I would like to see on the show of From, it would definitely be either Terry O'Quinn or Michael Emerson. Those would definitely be my first two picks. Just because, I mean, I'm a huge John Locke fan. John Locke was my favorite character on Lost. I instantly connected with that character and the kind of innate and very special connection that he had with the island as soon as he landed there. He was very in tune with the place, which, I would not be surprised if John Locke was ever stuck in Fromville. He would probably be one of those characters like a Sarah or a Jade that was probably hearing voices or tapping into something a little bit more, supernatural. John would definitely be one of those type of characters if he was here. But no, there was nobody in tune with that island and what that island really was more than John Locke. I mean, he knew right from day one that they were there for a reason. that they had a destiny. And at the end of the day, I mean, his storyline turned out to be my personal favorite. I'm trying not to spoil anything because I know Julie is, and I know Julie and a few of you are actually actively watching Lost, so I won't spoil anything big. But I will just say John Locke was my favorite character for that reason, because he had that special connection to the island. Let's see what else we got. They build the blanket to keep the warm air in a tent-like setting. That could be very well possible. That very well could be possible if this, I mean, we see this cold is wandering into the town, and if they don't have any means of heating up their houses, they're going to have to find some kind of way to get warm. I wonder if their electricity will stay on in the cold weather. Very good point as well. I guess they aren't technically on a power grid, so why are they using oil lamps for light? Yeah, it's the thing. I mean, like you said, this electricity, it's not, we haven't seen it connected to any grid, anything else at all. But part of me always started to wonder if the electricity could also be something that is maybe taken away from them due to a consequence for so many characters meddling in things that they shouldn't be meddling in by trying to escape. We know that whatever is in charge of this place, whatever is bringing these people here, we know that it doesn't want them to try and escape. And we have seen evidence of that the more people try to escape, the more this place, quote unquote, pushes back. We see Jade and Jim build a radio tower, and instantly we see this place send a giant storm to take the radio tower out. We see Boyd and Sarah get closer and closer and start, venturing off into the woods. And now, Fromville is changing even more. Now we have this dreaded winter coming along. And could that potentially be part of why we're having a winter? Is maybe Tabitha's escape is, part of the cause that is making the conditions in Fromville worsen more and more. I wouldn't be surprised if there is some kind of direct causation to, the more characters try to escape, the worse this place gets. So what if at some point, what if that's one of the next thing that goes? What if, we saw that they lost the warm weather, they're losing the ability to grow food. What if they lose the ability to even have the electricity next? I don't know. Could be possible. It does seem like the place is actively getting more and more dangerous the more time goes. Victor never be at funerals or choosing ceremonies, but he wants to dig people's graves. Yeah, very true. Yeah, Victor just digs the grave and then he leaves. He doesn't want to actually stay for the actual funeral. That's too much for him. That's a little too much for him. Yeah, winter is coming. Wait, arrived. It has. It has. Join me on the Lost train. You know you want to. Honestly, I love the connections. I mean, I don't think the worlds are connected other than kind of tangentially, a wink and a nod here and there. But if it were to be discovered one day that these were occupying the same world, that Fromville does take place in the same continuity that Lost does, you know me, Dana, I would be just as happy and just as excited as you are. Because yeah, we're Lost fanatics and we're From fanatics now. So if that was ever discovered that the shows were of a similar canon, I would love that. That would be so awesome. Again, it's not really something I'm expecting, but it would be cool. It would very well be cool. Do you think Boyd's blood transfusion will resurface, says Ty Briggs? I think it's a possibility. And again, I actually did a video on this months back, titled Season 3 Fatima's Baby. Fatima's Monster Baby, I believe, was the title of the video. And in it, I know anyone who has been watching the live streams, you've probably heard me mention this more than once. But in terms of, there's just so much we don't know about those worms, about what that worm parasite was. There's so much that is unexplained. We know nothing about what this thing's true nature or origin is. How are we to be 100% certain that all of it was out of Boyd's body when he gave Ellis that blood transfusion? Again, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if something does come along those lines where they do revisit that storyline, I wouldn't be too surprised at this point. Because again, there's just so much we don't know about that thing and how it works, and if there was any trace of it left in Boyd's body. And then we see what's happening with Fatima in season 3 with this whole pregnancy. Seems like the pregnancy is going to be actively getting worse and worse and worse as the season progresses. And could that potentially be why? Could Ellis have gotten infected with something after the transfusion and then later on passed it on to Fatima and the baby? It's, again, very tinfoily theory, but that was kind of the basis for my Fatima's monster baby theory, that maybe Ellis unwittingly passed something on to Fatima while she was already pregnant, and it is turning the baby slowly into something else. But again, very tinfoily theory, very much covered in tinfoil. They may never revisit the transfusion storyline ever again. That might be all we'll ever see of it. It might be over. I think it was the boy in white talking to Jim. Then he told Victor where to find Tabitha. He did, yes, he did tell Victor that, where to wait for Tabitha down there in the caves. And again, it seems like the boy in white knew Tabitha was going to fall down that hole, yet he never went and warned her. So again, there's all these kind of little small instances that kind of make you, question the boy in white's sincerity. Is he playing this kind of grand game and all of these pieces are just parts that need to be played? It just has to happen this way, maybe? And he is still trying to help? Or are these small signs that we are seeing that he's a little bit malicious? I don't know. I feel like it could go either way at this point when it comes to the boy in white. That's one fits into nothing. I can explain, well, maybe the Hydra, but I'd really like to understand the radio there. Yeah, me too. Like the radio is one of the mysteries I want to see explored the most. Although I definitely want to see what's up with that red symbol too. I mean, we've seen the Jade symbol all over the show, but we haven't seen any other references to that weird big red squid-like symbol that's right next to it. Not a single reference to it anywhere else in the show. And I always wondered why that is and why they haven't dived into it more. Because I get the feeling they showed us that symbol for a reason. But I don't know. I don't know. Since it's cold outside, the cattle should still be good by the morning. Yeah, the cattle are, the cattle that survive anyway. It does look like, the cattle are seemingly getting out of their pens early on, and this could potentially lead to some kind of ambush. We hear Boyd talking about an ambush in the Season 3 trailer. He straight up says it was an ambush. So I get the feeling that could potentially be what the ambush is. The animals either get out on their own, or the monsters deliberately let the animals out to draw the people out of their homes at night. Because yes, even though they would technically keep till morning, the food shortage is getting incredibly dire at this point. They've never needed these animals more than now. So I imagine if there is going to be anything that is going to make them risk leaving their houses at night, it's going to be to save their remaining food source. That would be one of the only reasons I could see them putting themselves in that kind of danger. But like you said, as long as they're just kind of wandering about and not wandering off into the woods, they could technically have just left them and grabbed them in the morning. But if they start wandering into the woods, then you need to get a little bit more worried that they might take off and you'll lose them forever. But who knows? Who knows? When do I join the watch party in Central Standard Time? Tomorrow night. I will be going live around 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern, probably around 9. And the episode should air if the MGM platform, the format is the same as Season 2. We should be getting the episodes around little after midnight Eastern Standard Time. Now, again, if that is the case, we'll be doing our watch party tomorrow night right here on the channel around midnight Eastern. So that would be around 11 p.m. for Central. So tomorrow night, again, I already have a live stream that is set up and ready to go. If you see the pinned chat at the top of the live chat, that is the From Season 3 pre-show and watch party tomorrow. If you click on that link, that will show you exactly when it is going to air in whatever time zone you're in. You'll see, for me, I'm on the East Coast, so it says live in 20 hours. But if you're in a different time zone, it'll tell you live in however many hours, depending on what time zone you are in. So if you click that link that is pinned to the top of the chat, that will tell you exactly when the stream is going live for the watch party tomorrow, regardless of whatever time zone you're in. It'll give you an accurate depiction as to when we're going to start. The phone call will be from Jim's, will be from lawyers regarding Tabitha's divorce. Maybe, Jen. Maybe you are right. At the end of the day, that is what kicked this entire show off in the first place. It was the Matthews family going on one final vacation before they broke the news to their children that they're getting a divorce. So yes, the divorce, their reason for getting a divorce, is pretty much the whole thing that kicked this entire show off. So yeah, maybe Tabitha's going to be holding him to it. Hey, Jim, we're still getting that divorce, pal. Maybe. Maybe. As if it couldn't get worse for Jim and his man bun. Jade was the smoke monster until the weed ran out. Very true, Ty. Very, very true. Wouldn't y'all be pissed if they just remade Lost with this show? I feel like it would not go over well with the Lost fans. I would be a little disappointed. I mean, I don't mind them kind of having some parallels to Lost. I mean, because again, just the very nature of the mystery box style of storytelling, you're going to see some parallels from time to time, especially considering a lot of these creators worked on Lost. But if they kind of just rehash the same old storylines just in a Fromville setting, yes, that would be a little bit disappointing. And I don't think they'll do that, personally. I think they have their own unique take on where this is going. But yeah, I mean, as much as I loved Lost, and I did, it's one of my favorite shows of all time, I definitely want From to look a little bit different than Lost. And I think it will up until this point, especially considering this is more rooted in the kind of horror nature. Where Lost was more rooted in a little bit more of the kind of mystical fantasy nature. But yeah, no, I think that could potentially be a problem. I mean, I can't speak for the rest of Lost fans personally, of course. But yeah, it would be interesting to see how Lost fans would take the ending of From if they were incredibly similar. But for that very reason, I get the feeling they're going to be very different. The way Lost ended, and I won't spoil it for all of you that I know are still watching it, but I don't think the ending of From is going to be in any way close to what the big reveal at the end of Lost was. I get the feeling we're heading somewhere totally different with From. But again, who knows? I guess we shall have to wait and see. Guess we'll have to wait and see. The boy in white reminds me of the man from Another Place on Twin Peaks. Yes, he can be good or evil, like a chaotic neutral. Very much, and that's another show that has a ton of similarities and parallels with From Twin Peaks. Anyone who has not seen Twin Peaks, I would highly recommend checking it out. It's absolutely, it really kicked off the whole mystery box style of storytelling. Long before From came around, long before Lost came around, there was Twin Peaks, one of the original OG crazy twisty mystery shows. So yeah, if you're a Lost fan, I imagine you would probably like Twin Peaks as well. Let's see what else we got. Let's see what else we got. Scrolling down. Now we did also, actually that we can, we'll actually have to save that one, sorry. Jeremy, if the Brundles leads to a temple, you have to join me on the Lost From train. If that happens, if the From Brundles lead to the Lost Temple, at that point, I'm going to have to join you. At that point, Dana, you got me by the short and curlies. At that point, I'll have to join. But yeah, who knows? It's going to be interesting to see what is up with the Brundles. We've never really seen the Brundles in its entirety, so we still don't really have a really accurate depiction of how big the Brundles are. But we do know we are going to be seeing a completely new body of water in Season 3. We did see that still early on of Kenny seemingly finding some whole new, different body of water entirely. And again, judging by the surroundings, this does not look like this is the Brundles. This looks like a totally different pond or lake. So yeah, again, it looks like we're going to be visiting some new locations in Season 3. And again, that is something I am so excited about. It's something I've been very much looking forward to since early on. I really want them to really kick this world open a little bit more. They started to do it in Season 2, which was great. They started to visit these new locations just outside of the town, like the Martin room where Boyd finds the worms, the Lighthouse, etc. They're starting to kind of kick open the door a little bit, and it looks like Season 3 is going to continue that, where we're going to start to see more and more new locations, like the Cannibal Village, as it has been dubbed, that we are seemingly going to see in the very first episode. If these episode stills are accurate, apparently all of these episode stills here are all from the first episode. So it looks like in episode 1, we are going to see Jim and Kenny trotting off into the forest, probably looking for Tabitha. would be my best guess. It's going to be Jim and Kenny out there looking for Tabitha. And I think this will be a different excursion than one that we see later on in some of the other trailers when we see the snow is coming down a lot more and we see Jim, Kenny, and a much larger group heading into the forest searching for food. This trip right here, however, though, I think is a totally different trip. Obviously, there's no snow on the ground yet at this point, so it does stand to reason that these stills did come from the very first episode. So if just Jim and Kenny are heading out into the woods, just them two, they're most likely going to be searching for Tabitha after Victor returns to town without her. And it looks like, again, it looks like that scene, the preview scene that we have seen for episode 1, it seems like that reinforces that idea a little bit as we see Ethan kind of coming to terms with what might have happened to his mother, or coming to terms with the fact that his mother is gone. And again, I guess now is a good enough time as any. I can play that scene one more time so we can dissect it a little bit more for anyone who maybe hasn't seen it, or anyone who maybe just wants to see it again. Totally cool. So again, I will give a quick little warning. It's just a quick little 1 minute and 20-second scene. It's not very spoilery at all, but it is a new scene that hasn't been seen before that does take place in episode 1. So I'll give a quick second warning. If you don't want to see it, just mute your mic or come back in 2 minutes and it'll be over. But for a quick little encore, an encore scene playing, here we have a sneak peek of episode 1.
Ethan! We've been looking everywhere for you.
You told them, didn't you?
Hey, I'm talking
Why'd
to you.
you tell them? We have to go find Mom. We can't just leave her out there. We have to do something.
Just go inside, all right? Go.
Dad! You found him. Good.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm gonna go for a walk.
Julie.
It's not your fault, Dad. None of this is your fault.
But things are really how they seem.
Whew, man. Again, guys, it is so close now. Season 3 is so friggin' close. We can smell it. We can absolutely smell it from here. I love it. I absolutely love it. As my mom would say, if you're hungry, you'll eat it. I guess so. I mean, you get hungry enough. You know, we've all seen the Donner Party. If I add MGM on my current Amazon Prime, will I be able to view the midnight premiere as well? I don't know. Actually, I'm not 100% certain of that. I'm a direct subscriber of MGM right from the app. I'm also an Amazon Prime member, but when I watch I usually watch it right on the MGM app itself. So I'm not too familiar with how that works. But if there's anybody else in the chat that knows if you can link the two, yeah, definitely let me know in the chat if you have an answer for Katie Joe here. I'm not sure myself personally. I mean, I can look it up and try and find an answer for tomorrow's stream for you. But off the top of my head, I'm not quite sure if you can kind of sync it up like that. Not sure. Ethan packed a backpack for his trip and everything. He was ready to go, wasn't he, Soph? He was ready to go. And again, if nothing else, it speaks to his kind of ability to throw caution to the wind, but it's his bravery as well. I mean, he knows this place is incredibly dangerous. He knows the threats that are out there. So it's incredibly brave for a child as young as Ethan to even attempt to go into those forests alone by himself. It's like you said, he was ready to go. He had a backpack. He was ready. He had provisions. I'm sure he had some food and some water in there and probably a blanket. And he was ready to go. He was ready to go on his chromonautical journey at the end of the day. He was ready to go on his journey. And I wouldn't be too surprised if the scene that we see in the trailer later on, the scene of Victor kind of yelling at Ethan and Julie, saying, this place isn't make-believe. People die here. I wouldn't be too surprised if that was maybe Victor's reaction to maybe Ethan trying to just take off. Maybe Ethan's looking at this like, okay, this is my part of the quest. I need to go find my mother. But Ethan, maybe Victor was trying to get him to realize, like, hey, this isn't make-believe. This is not make-believe. People actually die here. But yeah, fun scene, very fun scene. Tien Chen is pissed. Ethan is mad and defiant. Jim is dumb as ever. I can't stand him. Julie is filled with her confusion, glazed-eyed dreams, and Boyd seems a little helpless, but is devising. Oh, where's the rest of it? I think I missed it. But is devising a plan. Yeah, it's actually a very good dissection of the scene. Yeah, Tien Chen was not having it. She was not having it. She said, hell no, kid, get over here. You ain't running off into this forest. Not by yourself. What are you thinking? So yeah, she snatched him up real quick. Jim is dumb as ever. Can't stand him. Got more Jim fans in the chat. I love it. And yeah, Boyd did seem, it's one of those things where, was that one of those scenes where Boyd just didn't really want to get involved because that was a family matter he didn't want to get involved in? Or was he just didn't have his sheriff kind of, hat on in that moment? Because yeah, we see Boyd kind of looking at that scene and he stays pretty distant, at least from what we see. I get the feeling he'll probably get involved once we see that scene playing out in its entirety. And again, I do get the feeling that scene could potentially lead to what we see here in this still. Boyd talking to Ethan. I wouldn't be too surprised if this takes place right after that scene and Boyd's trying to kind of give him some kind of pep talk, like, hey, don't worry about your mom. She's capable of taking care of herself. She's tough. She's a badass. Reassuring him a little bit, maybe. Let's see what else we got. I can't wait to give MGM my money and take it back when this all goes up. I know a lot of people that actually do that. So, you're certainly not alone. I like MGM personally. Like, there are some other shows on the network that I really do enjoy. So I stay a year-round member personally. But you're not alone. I do know a lot of people that purchase certain streaming services just when there's like a certain show that's coming around that they really want to see. Then the show ends and they cancel their subscription. A lot of people do that. So yeah, I don't think that's outside of the norm. And we know how expensive these damn streaming services can get these days. It seems like every network is coming out with a new streaming service these days. You got Amazon, Netflix, Apple, MGM, HBO. There's so many to keep up with that, if you're paying for them all, it's a hefty bill. It's a hefty bill every month if you're paying for every one of these streaming services. I like Jim even less than Randall. I like Jim even less. Randall has always been sus to me. Oof, interesting. I did see a pretty interesting Randall still that was a little bit spoilery, so I don't want to show it here on the stream. But I'm looking forward to seeing what Randall's storyline is going to be in season 3. Again, we do see that one scene of him in the trailer, of him kind of just writhing on the floor. And it seems like the monsters are starting to surround him, for lack of a better term. We see the monsters just all around him, just staring at him. Very not too dissimilar to how they were staring at Smiley when he was dying. So yeah, I am really, really looking forward to these scenes. And I guess now that that new trailer has officially aired, and we don't have to, be too worried about playing it anymore, I can play a few clips from that new trailer. So I will do that.
It's getting pretty cold outside.
It's never snowed here before.
We think we know what's going on, but we just keep getting new rules. The snow is just a completely new rule.
What the fans will appreciate this season is that we are getting real answers that matter.
I believe that the reason I was sent here was to find you. We're gonna get a lot of answers and we're gonna get a lot of questions.
Answers and questions. But we also get a little bit more. Here's part 2.
At the end of last season, Boyd said to the creatures, "You don't break me."
No!
And they've taken that as a challenge.
You think this place can't break you? Let's see.
They're attacking Boyd psychologically, and he's really being pulled apart by all of this.
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Yeah. There's one more disaster after the next. You can see the stress fractures.
People die here! I told you that! It's not make-believe!
And there is the people die here. This is not make believe. And I'm wondering, is that Victor's maybe response to Ethan just taking off like a bat out of hell and running into the woods and endangering himself? Is that Victor trying to get through to Ethan? Like, no, you can't do that kind of thing. This place is real. The danger is real. People die here. So maybe that's Victor's version of kind of tough love for Ethan to try and get him to smarten up and to keep himself safe. We also hear some interesting things about where we are at this point in time in the story of From. Now, we are heading into season 3. A lot of us have been wondering how many seasons are there going to be. And based on this statement, it seems like season 3 is just the end of the beginning, which tells me that we have probably quite a few more seasons to look forward to. If the beginning is only just ending with season 3, that stands to reason we definitely have multiple more seasons to look forward to.
The only way we go home is together. We can do this.
This season, they've turned it up to 11. I think it's time we change things up a little bit around here.
The stakes have never been higher. It's getting more and more intense.
Go! Ethan, run! Go!
Season 3 is really the end of the beginning. And things in general are changing.
I think this place has gotten in my head now. I'm scared of what that might mean.
Oof. A lot of good nuggets there. Season 3 is the end of the beginning. Now, I love that. I mean, again, that definitely tells me that we do probably have multiple seasons to look forward to. If season 3 is the end of the beginning, then I have to imagine they're probably at least planning 6 seasons or so, maybe even a little bit more. So I love to know that we are only just now getting out of the beginning of the story. So we have a lot more Fromville story to look forward to over the next few years, and that is great. That is absolutely a great sign. Awesome, awesome stuff. And yes, as you see down there as well, Carrie, I believe Carrie said something interesting. Yes. You hear Victor, they are attacking Boyd psychologically. Barn was a dream state. And I don't think so. I don't think the barn was a dream state. I think that attacking psychologically is what is going to be happening to Boyd overall in season 3. They are going to be psychologically trying to break him down, trying to break his spirit. I'm almost 90% sure that the barn scene is real now. Again, based off some of the other things that I've learned, and we do know that we are going to get at least 2 main character deaths in season 3. And based off the episode synopsis, it looks like a very big death is going to be happening very early on in episode 1 or 2. So I definitely think the barn scene is real, and I do think we are probably going to get the barn scene. Again, I don't think it's going to be a dream state like thing. It could be. It very well could be possible. Again, anything's possible on this show. And we have seen that the show has been definitely playing with the whole dream state kind of dilemma up until this point. We are seeing that dreams are affecting people in the real world, that your dreams can even hurt you. So I wouldn't be too surprised if the barn scene did kind of turn out to be a dream, but I don't think it is. I get the feeling the barn scene is the legit real deal, and we are going to see a major character death happen in that barn scene. But again, I definitely could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong, but I'm leaning a little bit more towards the barn scene being real. But that is, I guess we're going to find out soon, guys. I guess we are going to find out soon. Awesome stuff. Awesome, awesome stuff. Let's see what else we got. I consider the idea that the barn scene is a dream, but I'm really certain it's not a dream now. And again, I was kind of on the fence at first as to whether or not this was a dream or real world. But the more stuff that started to come out, the more little kind of hints we started to see at some kind of the surrounding evidence. I'm definitely leaning much more towards it being a very real scene, and one that's going to have some very real world consequences that are going to affect not only Boyd, but potentially the rest of the town in season 3, especially considering once we find out who is in that barn with Boyd. That's going to present a whole new slew of challenges and problems depending on who it potentially is. I know a lot of us think Tien Chen is going to be on the chopping block. Could she potentially be the one in that barn that is getting the axe? And if that is the case, how is that going to affect Boyd? How is that going to affect Kenny going on the rest of the season? There's a lot of things at play when it comes to that barn scene. I think it's going to be devastating for not just Boyd, but for other members of the town as well. Why can't Jim die, but they chose my Donna? I think Donna's going to be fine. I think Donna's going to be just fine. I hope so anyway. I mean, I really like Donna. Donna's an absolute badass. She's one of the best actresses on the show. Liz Saunders is. So I really hope Donna doesn't go anytime soon. Like she really is one of the coolest characters we have. But who knows? You might be right. Maybe Donna's one of the ones on the chopping block. Princess B says, changing the rules. What if the talismans stop working and that's how greedy Granny gets in? Ooh, interesting, Princess B. Interesting. And yes, like you said, we do hear them saying the rules are changing now. Now, part of me started to think that that's a little bit more geared towards the snow and how Fromville itself is in some kind of state of change. Because we do hear Boyd say in another behind-the-scenes feature that the snow is a new rule. It's quote unquote a new rule is how they're referring to the snow as. But no, who knows? I mean, imagine if the talismans just stopped working, like their only line of defense gone at that point. That would be truly scary. Like that would be truly scary. What would they do? What would they do? We've seen what this town was like before the talismans were around. People were dying every single night as they hid behind doors, behind walls, in little hovels that they would dig. And it just was not working out too well for them. They were having deaths on a nightly basis, it seemed. And then Boyd comes around with these talismans and he makes life incredibly improved for everybody. But yeah, I mean, if there are a lot of things that are kind of in a state of change, could that be one of the changes? Shit, I don't know, Princess B, but it's a scary possibility to think that these talismans could stop working. But I suppose anything is possible. This is Fromville after all. Monsters are some serious trolls, and they really are. Again, and that's one thing we do hear the showrunner of the show, Jeff Pinker, bring up, that the monsters were taking Boyd's statement as a personal challenge. Boyd says, okay, you say this place can't break you? Let's see.
Go! And a few of our most beloved characters are not going to make it out of season 3.
You can't save them all.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Ah!
Season 3 is when things really explode.
Look out!
Oof. And let's not forget this last one.
But the fight isn't over until they're all dead. Or we are.
How are you still alive? They wanted me to watch.
They wanted me to watch. Yes, Ty, the monsters are seriously screwing with Boyd in season 3. And again, I think it's not just kind of physical torment that he's going to have to be going through, but it's going to be psychological as well. And no, you're right. Everyone is getting attacked psychologically. Why point out Boyd? And I think why Boyd is getting pointed out is exactly that. It's because he made that statement at the end of season 2, stating, this place won't break me. You don't break me, talking to this place. And it seems like the monsters are taking that as a personal challenge to break Boyd. Who did you say was in the barn, Jeremy? I didn't. I don't know who's in the barn personally. I haven't had any early access to any of the episodes. I will, like I've said earlier in previous streams, I will always decline early access to this show. As much as I would love to watch some of the episodes early and do some reviews on them, I love this show so much, and I love watching it with each and every one of you every week. I would be chomping at the bit right now if I had already seen the first 4 episodes or so and I wasn't able to talk about it. That would be driving me nuts. So I will always politely decline early access if it's ever offered to me, just because I love watching the show on a week-to-week basis. So I don't know who is in the barn. I have an idea who I think is in there, but in terms of flat out, who do I definitively know is in there? No clue. Still have no clue. I think it could potentially be Tien Chen, and I also think it could potentially even be more than one character. I actually did a video on this not long ago, one of my more recent videos, and I talked a little bit about Boyd's choice, because we also saw a recent kind of snippet of an interview that Harold Perrineau recently gave, and it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. I'll play it right here for you guys, and we can discuss it a little bit amongst ourselves. But part of me thinks Boyd might have a pretty tough choice on his hands.
Boyd, I mean, in every season, he's made tough decisions, but particularly in this season, there's a big, tough decision he has to make, and he has to live with the aftermath of it. How do you think guilt influences Boyd's relationships with those around him?
I think, wow, those are good questions. I think, and we talk about it actually a lot when we get a new episode or get a new scene, like how much is that still part of what goes on? And what's really great is that in the writing, sometimes the character just doesn't have time to consider his own guilt. Like, because the very next horror is right there and present. Right. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the moment, he has to figure that out. And so while I believe that he has a lot of guilt, and during the daytimes when they have a little bit of space sometimes to talk about it, I think he tries to, to deal with it. He did a lot in season 2 with Kenny's mom and with some other people. Like, he tried to deal with it. And but I think that it winds up being he just never has time for guilt, because the very next horror.
Never has time for guilt. But interesting there is, now this is coming from someone who is interviewing Harold Perrineau, who has only seen the first few episodes early. And they say that Boyd has some kind of difficult choice that he is going to have to make and deal with the consequences. And when I heard that, I thought, okay, could this barn scene be happening a lot earlier than we originally intended? Because I think a lot of us were under the assumption at first, when we had only seen the first 30-second trailer, that barn scene was probably going to happen in a later episode. But I'm starting to think that barn scene is going to happen right there in episode 1. And if there is some kind of hard choice that Boyd is going to have to make early on, could it potentially be a Fromville version of Blood and Cheese? A Sophie's choice, or in this case, Boyd's choice, as I refer to it in my video, where what if it's not just one character in that barn? What if, if that whole scene is built to break Boyd's spirit, and it looks like that's what it is. It looks like the whole scene of the monsters grabbing Boyd, bringing him into the barn, they could have easily killed him at any point if they wanted to. But the goal isn't to kill Boyd. The goal is to break Boyd's spirit. The monsters are taking his declaration at the end of season 2 as a personal challenge when he said, "This place won't break me." So now they're saying, okay, you think this place won't break you? Let's see. So if that is the case, if their goal is to ultimately break Boyd in this barn scene, then yes, killing somebody that is a member of the town in front of him could potentially do that. But what would be far more devastating, what would have a much better chance of breaking Boyd, was if he had to choose who died. What if it's not just one character in that barn with Boyd? What if there's actually 2 characters in that barn with Boyd, and the monsters are making him choose who lives, who dies? And if he doesn't choose, they kill them both. So it's going to put Boyd in an impossible situation. I imagine he'll probably offer up himself but it doesn't seem like the monsters are going to make that an option. It seems like they don't want him dead. They want him alive, and they want him suffering. They want to break him. So I think, I mean, again, probably not the case, but it was just an idea that kind of popped into my head after hearing that interview, knowing that Boyd does have a pretty big choice that he's going to have to make early on, and he's going to have to live with the consequences. I just thought, man, could it be possible that there's two characters in that barn and Boyd has to choose who's going to live, who's going to die? Something like that would probably break Boyd way more than simply killing somebody in front of him. But again, just a tinfoily theory. Boyd might just be in that barn with just one other character, but I just thought it was an interesting possibility that maybe there could be two people in there and Boyd has to kind of choose. But again, it does seem like a lot of these signs are pointing to that barn scene very much being real. I do not think it is a dream sequence anymore. I definitely think that barn scene is going to be real. And I won't be too surprised if we see it in the very first episode. I won't be too surprised if we see it in episode 1. But I don't know. I guess we shall see. All right, let's see what else we got. Granny has to be able to disguise her voice. Why else would Ethan open the door? And that was my initial thought as well. And I think that's the conclusion that a lot of us kind of came to. That if Ethan is opening up this door like this at night, we know that he's certainly going to be missing his mother. We're seeing the reaction he's having to Tabitha not coming back to town already with that preview scene. So yeah, what if Granny Monster is disguising or trying to make it sound like she's Tabitha at that door, and maybe that's why Ethan kind of just opens it up without really second guessing what's really going on, because it's incredibly strange for Ethan to just open that door like that. But that's the only thing I could think of is, yeah, maybe Granny's disguising her voice as Tabitha's, and is that something that the monsters can even do? I don't know. But who let monsters in the barn? Definitely not the old town member. Well, there's not a talisman in the barn. The monsters can get in and out of the barn as easy as they want to. There's no talisman inside the barn. The talismans are limited. Remember, they only have a limited amount of talismans. And there's no protective talisman that's in the barn. So the monsters can walk in and out of the barn anytime they want. And I get the feeling that's probably why they drag Boyd into the barn, because it's one of the few structures that they can get into that doesn't have a talisman. So because everything, as far as we can tell, there's no talisman in the barn. And again, we do know the talismans are limited. There's only a certain number of them that Boyd found. I believe it's 12. But yeah, I guess we'll see. I mean, again, anything's possible where Fromville is concerned. Certainly is a possibility that could be one big dream sequence scene. But again, I just don't think that's the case, especially when we see this still right here. When we see this still of Jade speaking to somebody, we hear Jade specifically say, "How the hell are you still alive?" And I think I know why Jade is saying that, and I do believe Jade is speaking to Boyd in this scene.
But the fight isn't over until they're all dead. Or we are. How are you still alive? They wanted me to watch.
He says, how are you still alive? And Boyd responds with, "They wanted me to watch." Again, I get the feeling that this scene right here is taking place the next morning after the barn scene. I get the feeling that when Boyd and whoever else is with him gets grabbed up and dragged into the barn, I imagine Jade and everybody else in the town, or anyone that sees it, they're probably going to write Boyd off for dead. I mean, why wouldn't you? You see Boyd get grabbed up by monsters and dragged into a barn. Logic says Boyd is going to get killed. But then when Boyd emerges from the barn the next morning, not dead, that is where I think this question from Jade comes to Boyd, because this is clearly Boyd he's talking to. We can see Boyd's yellow-orangish shirt right here. And then we hear the dialogue from Boyd right afterwards stating, "They wanted me to watch." So I get the feeling this scene is taking place right after the barn scene. The very next morning, they are going to think Boyd is just dead when he gets dragged off into that barn, only to see him emerge from the barn the next morning unscathed. And then they're all going to be wondering, how the hell are you still alive? And then Boyd will in turn say, "They wanted me to watch." Because again, the goal isn't to kill Boyd. They could easily kill Boyd anytime they want to in that barn. They have him literally tied to the post. So if they wanted to kill Boyd, it would have been super easy, super quick, and it would have been done and over. but they don't want Boyd dead. Again, they definitely want to break Boyd. They don't want to kill him. They, for some reason, the monsters must have some kind of ego, because we have heard from Jeff Pinker, the direct showrunner of From, straight up state that the monsters have taken it as a personal challenge to break Boyd in season 3. So whenever Boyd makes that declaration at the end of season 2 saying, "You don't break me," again, the monsters must have some kind of ego, because they took that personally, and now they are making it their mission to break Boyd down psychologically, spiritually, and not just physically. So that is where I think, where the scene is going. Again, that all of those kind of surrounding evidence, that's kind of pointing me in the direction that the barn scene is definitely real. But again, I could be wrong. I very well could be wrong. I'm always open to other possibilities and new theories. That's why I never try to get too married to any one theory, because you want to be able to adjust when you see new information presented to you. Like if I have a theory in my head and I see a certain scene in the show that kind of discredits that theory, you kind of gotta walk away from that theory and reevaluate where you think it's going from there. So I always try to craft my theories with what the show gives me, not with where I think it's going to go. I am taking just what the show gives me personally. That's just kind of my method to how I approach the show. And a lot of the evidence I'm seeing is saying that that barn scene is definitely real. But again, I could very well be wrong. And there's nothing wrong with being wrong. Nothing wrong with being wrong. It's totally fine. I've been wrong probably more often than I've been right when it comes to this show. But yeah, I guess we're going to find out. I guess we are going to find out in just less than 24 hours of now. Less than 24 hours from now, guys. From season 3 should be here in our grasp. In our grasp. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Does the address of the house Tabitha visits match any of the numbers on the fireplace mantle? Ooh, interesting. I didn't check right offhand. I'll have to go back and look at some of those Tabitha stills when she's outside of the house. But I'm not sure. That's a very good question. That's a very good question indeed. I mean, if they do match up, that would be pretty interesting, if nothing else. And then we also see Tabitha out in the real world seemingly seeing the boy in white. Like the boy in white himself out there in the real world just waving to Tabitha like he's just a freaking civilian. So we got a lot of questions. We definitely have a lot of questions coming into season 3. Why is the boy in white just waving to Tabitha? And why is he not giving her any actual information as to why he sent her here? That is what I'm hoping we get at some point. Maybe we'll get some other boy in white scenes with Tabitha in the real world. We did get those very interesting pictures that were leaked towards the end of season 2. And they were pictures of the actor playing the boy in white laying down in the exact same hospital bed that Tabitha wakes up in. And a lot of us just thought maybe he was just on set. It was just a goofy picture. But maybe that was a hint of something more. Maybe that was the kind of hint that we are going to see the boy in white in the real world as well. And if that is the case, you start to wonder how much influence, how much power does the boy in white have if he's capable of entering the real world, or at least maybe astral projecting himself into the real world. What else is he capable of? What else is this boy in white capable of? And why exactly did he send Tabitha to the real world? Was it to get Henry? Was it to get something from Henry? Was it to find Eloise and bring her back? So many questions. So many questions, but I cannot wait to see all of the answers. And again, we are getting super close now, guys. Super close. We also get this, which was a pretty interesting one. I know a lot of us have been thinking up until this point that the doll did maybe belong to Christopher, based on the little bit of information that we did get from Christopher, from Victor, stating about Christopher used to be a pretty happy-go-lucky guy. He used to be able to make the people in the town laugh and smile, which is something that wasn't always easy to do. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Christopher was putting on puppet shows at one point back in the day, and this really is Christopher's puppet, because here we see in the season 3 trailer, this right here is most certainly the same shirt Christopher is wearing in all of his scenes, whether it's the picture that Jade finds, the Polaroid, or whether it's the actual scene where Christopher appears to Jade inside the bar. This is the exact same shirt that Christopher is wearing every time. So it looks like the doll does indeed belong to Christopher or belong to him at some point. And I know that's a theory that a lot of you guys have shared as well. For a lot of us have been under the impression that maybe this doll belongs to Christopher. And it looks like the season 3 trailer is giving us some more hints of that as well. So it's looking awesome. Again, this was it was a big trailer that kind of revealed a good deal. I mean, some of the stuff in the trailer I kind of wish I didn't see, but it does kind of give us a more accurate picture as to where season 3 might be going. Where season 3 might be going. But it's going to be interesting. Seeing more Jim haters than Randall. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of Jim haters. It seems like a lot of people do not like Jim. And it's always kind of funny. It's kind of become like a meme here on this channel where Jim just gets like the biggest amount of hate out of the entire cast, even more than Randall, as you mentioned. But yeah, it's become kind of a running joke here on this channel. I don't think it's coming from a malicious place from anybody in our chat anyway. Everybody here seems to be pretty fun going, and we like to troll every once in a while. Who doesn't like a good joke? But it doesn't seem like it's coming from a real place of malice. But yes, Jim definitely is not the favorite character in these parts. A lot of people are not Jim fans, and that's totally cool. That is totally cool. I mean, that's what's fun about shows and about fandoms is we're all free and able to like or dislike any character we want. And that's something we definitely embrace here. Whether you guys like characters or not like characters, you guys are welcome to talk about all of that anytime you want here in the chat. As long as we're keeping it respectful and not being assholes. You guys know me. I'm super kind of laid back. I hate to put rules on my chat. This is who the hell am I to put any rules on anything you guys say? You guys are welcome to say anything you want, and everybody does keep it respectful for the most part. But yeah, Jim does get a few jabs. Jim does get a few jabs from time to time. I try to stick up for him. I haven't given up too much hope on Jim yet. While I do recognize some of the characteristics that a lot of my chat does point out in Jim, and I do kind of agree to a certain extent, part of me is kind of just holding on to a little bit of hope that maybe Jim will have some kind of redemption at some point. And I do think that's where Jim's storyline is ultimately heading. I think his story will probably end with him sacrificing himself in some kind of way to save his family. That's just where I see his story going. I could be wrong, but I think Jim is heading for something like that. But I guess we'll see. I guess we shall see. The old man monster gave Boyd a nice 3-finger slash on his shoulder. Yes, he did. That is right. The old, the creepy kind of professor-looking monster, the old professor-looking dude, slashes Boyd on his shoulder, and then we see Boyd the next morning with that cut still on his shoulder, which I think, yeah, again, that's another kind of indication that the barn scene might be real. But again, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, no one should be tripping when Boyd walks out. He killed Smiley, and the mindsets did nothing. People saw that. No Jade, though, I don't think. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Boyd did kill Smiley, yes, but I think the people that know about that know that it was because of the worms. And I think everyone's under the assumption that that Boyd doesn't have any worms left. So I could kind of understand people's surprise, I guess, if they do see Boyd get dragged up and thrown into that barn, and they see him kind of emerge the next morning alive, especially when him emerging being the only one alive, and whoever was in there with him is most likely dead. I could kind of understand why the town might be kind of looking at him like, hey, how'd you survive exactly? What the hell are you doing alive? Because we do know from the season 3 synopsis that the town, it is going to get to a point in season 3. I forget the episode synopsis. It's either episode 4 or episode 5. But the episode synopsis that we've been talking about for the last few weeks, one of them does state that at some point the town is going to start to question Boyd's judgment. So I get the feeling the monster's continuous attempts to try and break Boyd down, to break his spirit, maybe it is going to have a little bit of an effect on him where he starts becoming not quite the leader that he once was. Because I have to imagine it's going to take an awful lot for this town to kind of lose faith in Boyd. They know what Boyd's capable. They know the strong leader he has been up until this point. Everybody looks to Boyd for everything anytime there's a problem. So what exactly is going to happen that is going to make the town that has so much faith in Boyd all of a sudden start to question his decisions and question his judgment? And again, I get the feeling that is probably going to be with an after effect of the monsters trying to break Boyd down so much, maybe. I don't know. I don't know, but I can't wait to see. I cannot wait to see. I totally zoomed out and didn't hear anything. You said, damn it, why I was like staring at a pillow. Why does this happen? I'm sorry, Susie. I am sorry. Yeah, I don't even remember what I said. I would repeat it for you, but I'm sorry, my friend. I am sorry. Honestly, a lot of things could be solved in the show if they just decided to talk to each other. A lack of communication, sharing will be their downfall. And that's a very good point, Indie Reaper. And that was something that was met with a decent amount of kind of criticism in season 2, constructive criticism, where a lot of fans were wondering why these characters aren't sharing information among each other as much as they should. And we see some instances where they're not only sharing, they're not only not sharing, but they're actively keeping things and telling each other not to share information, like the instance with Jim and the voice he hears on the other end of the radio. Now, it seems like Jim and Donna both hear that voice. At the end of season 1, it's not just Jim that's at the radio. Donna is at that radio with him as well, and she is definitely within earshot. So it looks like Donna also hears the voice coming over the radio. Yet in season 2, when it is brought up again, when Jim actually brings up the radio to Donna, Donna instantly just shuts him down. She instantly says, no, we should not talk about this. We should not tell anybody else about this. Donna got incredibly scared that whatever was on the other end of that radio might not have been friendly. So it seems like Donna just wanted to bury it right away, whereas Jim wanted to investigate it a little bit more. Or at the very least, I imagine Jim probably wanted to share it with people, but Donna kind of shuts that down super fast. Then we get the other instance with Tabitha and Victor. They find out super early on in season 2 that the monsters are sleeping just beneath their feet in this underground vast network of caves. Yet when they come topside, we don't at one point ever see Victor or Tabitha mention to the town, hey, by the way, the monsters sleep right beneath our feet. I mean, is it something that Tabitha fills the town in on off screen? Maybe, but those kind of details are the kind of details you would hope would play out in an actual scene, so us as the audience have better context as to what characters know what, I guess. So that was something that a lot of people were bringing up in season 2, that why these characters are not sharing information with each other. And maybe they'll share a little bit more in season 3. Who knows? Maybe they'll share a little bit more. Let's see what else we got from the chat. Scrolling down. She sure does have a lot of number sequences following her around after finding that hatch with the cave bunker, eh? Yes, Susie. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. I'll probably never forget those lost numbers, the famous lost hatch numbers. They are seared into my brain to a point where, at one point, when Lost was actually playing, and for a few years after Lost ended, I was playing those exact numbers for lottery every single week. I was putting in some different kind of iteration of the 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. I was so sure that Lost was going to win me the lottery, yet I was unlucky, and I gave up a while ago. But yeah, I'll never forget those ones. I'll never forget those ones. The boy in white there, and this place is real. He is waving like he waved at Victor. Yes, I know, right? It's super trippy. That is super trippy, seeing the boy in white out there in the real world. But again, I mean, there's so much about the boy in white that we just don't know, and what he's capable of. Now, it is a little surprising to just outright see him waving to Tabitha like that from across the street. It is a little trippy, a little bit weird. But we have seen other instances on the show where the boy in white does at least have the ability to send messages in dreams to people when they're in the real world or right when they're entering Fromville. Like in the case of Elgin, for instance, Elgin was given some kind of weird dream or premonition upon entering into Fromville. Remember, Elgin was asleep long before he entered the town, which stands to reason he got the dream before he entered the town, because as soon as he enters the town, he starts to wake up. And he had already had the dream at that point. And we find out later on in season 2 that that dream was sent to him by the boy in white. So that kind of tells us that there's a slight possibility that the boy in white might have some measure of control or reach back in the real world. I mean, something has to. We are seeing that all of these people are getting pulled into Fromville from the real world, which, I mean, has to mean that something has some measure of control in the real world and is capable of grabbing people and pulling them into Fromville. Now, I'm wondering what this scene is right here. I'm not sure if this is physically the boy in white or if this is maybe just a quick vision that Tabitha is having. Again, it's just a quick little, glance of a shot in a very out of context trailer. So there's really not a whole lot we can definitively say. Like, is this actually the boy in white in the real world? I don't know. I get the feeling it's more of a either vision from Tabitha or maybe a more of a astral projection type thing where the boy in white is maybe projecting himself here to communicate with Tabitha. Because I have to imagine he sent her here for a reason. And how is Tabitha ever going to find out why she was sent here unless he eventually kind of tells her, maybe? Although, like you said, maybe seeing the boy in white in the real world is also more evidence that this could be some kind of level 2, which again is still very much a possibility. I mean, I personally think she is in the real world, but it's definitely possible that she might be in some kind of level 2 area of Fromville. That's been a very popular theory ever since the end of season 1, and many people still think that. And who knows, maybe this shot of the boy in white is, more evident that maybe she's not really back in the real world. I think that's possible too. That's why I never try to discount any theory, because you just never know what's going to happen on a show like this. So I think it could go either way. As much as I believe she is in the real world, I could definitely see the possibility of this being some kind of level 2 Fromville 2.0 place that she hasn't really escaped from. And I think that could be an interesting twist too. Could be a very interesting twist. Elgin puking on Randall on the bus was funny. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. That was good. Puking all over Randall. Yes. Yeah, I don't like the way people are dressed where Tabitha is. Definitely not current, maybe early 2000s. Well, we did get confirmation that it is 2020. 2022. They do confirm that in one of the recent promotional behind the scenes bits that they put out, that Tabitha, whether or not this is the real world or not, it is supposed to be 2022. That much they did confirm, because we were wondering that as well. Like, I mean, if Tabitha is in the real world, could she be in a totally different time period? Which I thought was very possible until they recently confirmed that it is 2022 in the real world. At least in the scenes that Tabitha is in, it is 2022. Or it's supposed to be 2022. Again, whether it's a level 2 place could very well be possible. But we did get confirmation that it is 2022. I am psyched that they are giving us some answers. Here's one right here. A lot of us had the theory that the dummy belonged to Christopher, and here we go, confirmed. I'm sure this is a Jade vision. Yeah, when we see that little quick scene of Christopher holding the doll, I think you're right. I definitely am leaning towards that being a Jade vision. I mean, we've seen Jade. He's been having visions of Christopher and the doll up until this point. He's already had doll and Christopher visions. So it makes sense if anybody is seeing this, it would probably be Jade. So yes, I do agree there. It's probably Jade. I think the doll was channeling the voices in the end, maybe saying something disturbing. Ooh, now that's kind of sinister, isn't it, Tiffany? I like that. I like that. I mean, I've never been a big fan of Chucky personally. Like, it's always just annoyed me so much that this little doll, this little 1-foot doll, was capable of so much havoc, and how he was managed to just kill so many people. It's like, it's a freaking doll that's not even 1 foot tall. pick the thing up and punt it through the upright, burn the fucking thing. How is this doll causing so much problems? So that's always been a very trippy kind of aspect to me in terms of like the weird possessed kind of doll theme. So if that's the way they go with From, yeah, I'm not a big fan of dolls personally. That might scare me a little bit more than anything else. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, you could be right. You could be right. Maybe the doll was whispering some disturbing things into Christopher, and maybe that's what led to Christopher going mad. That's very possible. I like that, Tiff. I like that. We got Killy, morning from Croatia, everyone. Well, good morning, Croatia. So awesome to have you here in the chat. And again, that's always something that I always am, and so awesome. It's so awesome to always see where people are tuning in from, whether it's all over the country or even in different parts of the world. It's so awesome to see where this show is starting to spread in the far corners of the earth, that people are getting introduced to not only From, but our small little community here as well. So that's always super cool and super humbling to see when people are tuning in from a totally different country. And that's why we are definitely trying to do some more streams that are going to be more accommodating to some other time zones, because I was very much surprised to see how many people we do have that are abroad, which is awesome. It's so awesome to know that there are people watching the show from all over the world. So yes, we are definitely going to be much more accommodating in season 3 to people in other time periods, and I'm going to try and spread these streams out from American time to time abroad, where people are on a totally different time schedule might have a better chance to join. So I'm definitely going to be doing that for sure. Elgin might try to drown Fatima's baby. Ooh, interesting. I think it links to the ballerina monster showing Boyd how to pass worms. The Komodo monster might have to show Elgin how to drown the baby. Oh, interesting, Wild Marjoram. Interesting. I mean, I like it. I think that's a cool theory. I think that's a pretty cool theory. And yeah, it does look like we might potentially see this weird Fatima-like kimono-wearing creature again in season 3. Early on, when before season 2 started filming, they put out a casting call, and the description of the casting call that they were looking to cast a young female that fit this description of this monster almost to a T. So when I saw that casting call, I thought, wait a minute, could they potentially be casting for that monster? Could we be seeing that monster return again in season 3, and maybe in a bigger capacity, maybe? Again, the description in the casting call was just way too similar to this thing to not be the same thing. Again, it could be a totally different creature. Maybe we have some new kind of monster that's going to be introduced in season 3. That's certainly a possibility as well. But just based on how similar the description was to how this thing looks, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see this thing return in season 3 in some kind of vision or some kind of dream again, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure it's important, but I hope to never see that doll again. And that's kind of where I am. That is kind of where I am as well, Susie. I mean, the doll is, it's just creepy. I'm just not a doll person, I guess. I don't know. Some people are, some people aren't, I guess. I'm just, I'm not afraid of them, but they do kind of just creep me out a bit, I guess. Write this down, everyone. Mrs. Chen, Fatima, Mari die this season, says Wolfspear. Awesome. Interesting predictions. Interesting predictions indeed. And yes, I mean, again, based off what the showrunner Jeff Pinker stated, we are going to be losing a few of our most beloved characters in season 3. Those are the exact words he used. Not one. We're going to lose a few of our most beloved characters. So that definitely stands to reason we're probably going to get at least 2 major deaths, maybe even more. Maybe it'll be 3 or 4 even, who knows? But I get the feeling we are at least going to be losing 2 people in season 3, and I definitely think Tien Chen is one of them. The second one, that one starts to become a little less clear because we haven't been given a whole lot yet, but there's a lot of good theories out there, and I like yours. And I guess, I mean, it's something we ask a lot here, but I would love to ask it again. Who do you guys think is going to be on the chopping block in season 3, based off the information that we have gotten? And Jeff Pinker stating that we are probably going to lose multiple characters in season 2, not multiple characters, but a few beloved characters, which stands to reason it's characters that are probably heavy fan favorites. And I think Tien Chen definitely fits that description. She is a huge fan favorite, not only here in our chat, but among the entire From fandom. It seems like a lot of people really like Tien Chen. And again, for good reason. She's a phenomenal character. The dialogue that I brought up earlier, that one scene between her and Sarah, it just really showcases how pure of a soul that Tien Chen has. The fact that she told Sarah, "You put hate inside of me," kind of making it seem like hate is a incredibly foreign emotion for her. And it just kind of nails home the fact of how kind of pure she is. So I think she's a huge fan favorite, and I do think Tien Chen is on the chopping block. But who else do you guys think is on the chopping block? What 2 characters or more, maybe, or even if you think it's going to be 3 characters or more, what characters do you guys think will not make it out of season 3? Who is going to die this season? Who will not be seeing a season 4? And again, I definitely think Tien Chen is one. I think Fatima is another big possibility. Mari is definitely a possibility as well. But we're seeing that Fatima in particular is going to have a very rough and interesting season based on where this pregnancy is going. It looks like this pregnancy is going to be making her more and more ill as the season progresses. Based on the synopsis, anyway, it looks like Fatima continues to get worse and worse and worse. But yeah, what is that going to lead to? Will this pregnancy ultimately claim Fatima's life? Will the baby be born? Could the baby be one of the casualties? I mean, I don't really look at the baby as being a beloved character. It's not even a character yet, technically. But I don't know. I'll be very surprised if both Fatima and the baby both survive. I get the feeling at least one of them will go. But yeah, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. But what do you guys think? Who is not going to make it out of season 3? Jim dying would be good. Mari too, says Jen Hack. Oof, interesting. Interesting. Jim could go with Boyd on his quest later in the season, and Jim will die, and Boyd will have to watch. Ooh, interesting. Maybe. That's a possibility. That is a possibility. I was hoping Kenny's mom would stay around to make cicada stew. Me too, Jen Hack. And that's another thing. Tien Chen served a very vital role within the town. She literally fed the entire town. And I mentioned this the other night. We even get that very interesting line from Sarah saying that Tien Chen can cook anything. She can make a steak out of a tire iron. So it stands to reason she's not only providing food for the entire town, but she's incredibly resourceful and skilled at doing so. So if Tien Chen does get killed off, that's going to be a huge asset to the town that is gone, especially during a time like now where the food shortage is getting worse and worse and worse. Now more than ever, they need someone that knows how to properly ration food and stretch things out. And with Tien Chen gone, who's going to step up to that plate? I don't know. Good stuff. I wonder if Donna is a terrible hunter. I don't know. That's right. We do hear that was what Donna and her sister were doing. When Donna and her sister get stuck here, according to Donna anyway, her and her sister were on a hunting trip. But yeah, is she a good hunter? I don't know. I call it hunting when I go to the supermarket to buy cat food. Yes. In the dream, Tien Chen told Kenny to answer the phone. Why didn't she get it? Yeah, why didn't she pick it up herself? Yeah, we see Kenny walking all the way over to it and picking it up, and Tien Chen kind of just stares at him. Yeah, why didn't she pick up the phone? Maybe she didn't hear it. I don't know. Good question, though. Yeah, Boyd is the shit, but sometimes he be doing too much. And again, that is the kind of the kind of cross that Boyd has to bear, I guess, where he has to worry because yes, I mean he's doing so much to save everybody in this town. Again, we saw the state of this town before Boyd arrived here. People were barely surviving day to day. So Boyd is very much the one to thank for turning this town into a place that is actually livable now. But then again, Boyd is also the one that seems to be bringing a lot of these problems to Fromville's front door. And this was actually one of the this was one of the premises for my video that I put out today, where I go over Boyd's choices during season 1 and 2 and how they go on to directly shape the narrative of the show and where it goes heading forward. Like, for example, in season 1, we get the flashback, and we see Boyd's choice directly shapes the rest of this town when he finds the talismans. He turns this town, he does his fish and loaves thing, and he instantly turns this town into a place that is a nightmarish landscape to a place where people can actually live and build a life. And it was Boyd's choices that lead to all of this happening. It was Boyd's choice to go into the woods to find all of these resources. Now, while that also helped the town, we also see that all of those same choices that Boyd made were detrimental to his personal family. It seems like the more Boyd saves the town, the more damage he does to himself personally or his family. Like, again, in season 1, he's doing everything he can to save the town. He's finding livestock out in the woods. He's finding talismans. He's bringing them back. But the whole time, his son Ellis is trying to reach out to him saying, hey, you're not here. You're not here enough. You're not seeing what I'm seeing. There's something wrong with Mom. She's not right. Because Ellis at that point clearly noticed that Abby was not herself. But Boyd was just too preoccupied doing his fish and loaves thing that he didn't see the problems closer to home. And so I very much agree with you, Princess B. And we see that again in season 2, where Boyd's choices very much saved the town 9 times out of 10. But then again, it was also Boyd who directly brought the worms and the cicadas to the town in the first place. So every time Boyd solves a problem for the town, it seems like he creates a new problem for the town. And I think we're seeing that again at the end of season 2, where Boyd goes in to save Julie, Randall, and Mari. He's successful. He successfully saves them, destroys the music box. But that choice directly leads Boyd to making another choice to kind of pump out his chest and yell, "This place won't break me." And now we are seeing the direct consequences of that choice in season 3, that now the monsters have taken that as a personal challenge. So yes, this theme definitely continues to play out over the course of right from very early on, where Boyd's choices will go on to save the town 1 minute, but those same choices often lead to the very next problem that is coming around the corner in the next. And I think that's what we're going to see in season 3. Boyd's decision to save Julie, Randall, and Mari, while it was a great decision to save them, it is also directly going to be leading to a lot of the torture that he is going to be dealing with in season 3, now that the monsters are trying to break him down psychologically, thanks to his, declaration. So yes, I'm with you there, Princess B. Sometimes Boyd be doing a little too much. Sometimes Boyd is doing just a little bit too much. What kind of trail do you think Jade will find? Breadcrumbs? Blood? Ooh, now that's a very interesting question. I've been wondering that too, because we do know that Jade is going to be following some kind of weird trail out into the forest. And I'm starting to wonder, is that going to be when he maybe sees that vision? The vision that we see in the season 3 trailer of the guy drinking out of the human skull. Could that potentially be when Boyd sees that vision? Could whatever leads Boyd's out there, whatever draws his attention, could that be the reason why? Is it because he's meant to see this vision of this person and wherever it's going to go? I don't know. But I've also wondered that as well. What kind of trail is Jade going to be following that's going to lead him out into the woods? And what is that trail ultimately going to lead to? If not this scene, then what else is it going to lead him to? I don't know. But that's shit. That's a good question. It's one I do not have the answer for myself. But I have wondered. And yeah, everybody loves Jade, right? Who doesn't love them some Jade? I mean, he's my favorite character personally. I love all of these characters, and that's not something I can often say for every show that I watch. Even on some of my favorite shows in the world, there's always at least like 1 or 2 characters that I just could not frickin' stand. But I can honestly say there isn't a single character that I feel that way on From. I genuinely like every single character that is on this show, to the point where I would be upset losing any of them. Even Jim, I don't want to lose. But when it comes to Jade, it seems like everybody loves Jade, and for good reason.
All right, ding-dongs, it's almost go time. Anybody fucks this up, you spend a night in the box.
Anyway, fucks us up, you spend a night in the box. Yeah, Jade's great. Jade is just absolutely freaking phenomenal. Skip the bar early, leaving for this live. Oh, that is awesome. DA Stellar Napster, thank you for that, my friend. That is incredible. Wow. And I hope you had a safe drive, and I hope you are enjoying your Friday night. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Thank you. That means a lot. That means a lot. Why is the Last Supper in your photos, Jeremy? Oh, that's right. I'm glad you mentioned that. I almost forgot about that. That is actually this was actually tweeted out by MGM and the From on one of their social media pages. And I also saw it. Somebody dropped it in our Discord as well. And it's pretty interesting. It's not exactly the Last Supper. It's a version of the Last Supper, Fromville style. And it's an awesome drawing that somebody did. I wish I had the name of the artist right now so I could give the artist proper credit for who drew it. But that is where that came from. It is an interesting kind of Fromville version of the Last Supper that a very, very talented artist painted. I thought it was cool. I just thought I'd throw it in here, and I thought I could show it to you guys during a stream. I kind of completely forgot about it until you just mentioned it, so thank you for reminding me. But yeah, that's where this came from. This was a phenomenal artist, did some kind of Fromville version of the Last Supper. And you see all the awesome Easter eggs. We see all the jade symbols. We see the little Anukshuk, the music box down there, the map. We see Jade, and we see Victor's violin. Awesome Easter eggs all over the place. We see some of the bottles from the bottle faraway tree. We see Victor's lunchbox. The talisman hanging up on the wall. This is just awesome. This is just absolutely awesome. Phenomenal artistry. You can absolutely tell who each and every one of these characters are. So whoever drew this definitely captured the likeness incredibly well. So yeah, I just thought I'd show it off. I like showing off some good From fan art when I see it. From doesn't get a whole lot of crazy fan art that comes across my timeline, but every once in a while I'll get a fan or two sending me some fan art that they did on From. So anytime that happens, I like to kind of showcase it on the stream. But yeah, that's the Fromville version of the Last Supper. Pretty neat. Pretty neat, I must say so myself. This was also one of the newer photos that was recently released of Tabitha. We get a kind of a better look at some of the other paintings that are down there in the basement that she is going to discover when she meets this Henry character. A lot of people have been pointing out this kind of Grim Reaper-like figure here, and here we see this tree. Very, very creepy tree, which could be some kind of bottle tree maybe. We see a crow landing in it. So yeah, we got some interesting stuff. Interesting new stills. Some interesting new stills indeed. Let's see what else we got. And yeah, Father Kotri as well. That wasn't God talking to him. Exactly. It very well could have been. It could have not been. I don't think it was. I definitely think it was somebody trying to lure Father Kotri into Fromville. Now, who was it? What was that? The voice of the boy in white that Kotri thought was God, luring him into Fromville? Or was it the voice of some other kind of entity that we haven't really discovered yet? But I agree with you, Delsenia, 100%. I don't think that was really God that Kotri was hearing. Something lured him in here. And I don't know what it was, but I don't think it was God. I don't think it was God. I think Father Kotri was duped. But now we can take a look at some of the other stills that we have recently gotten. We got a still of Tabitha out there in the real world doing some weird thing with some kind of torch. Looks like she's creating some kind of torch. And I wonder what kind of investigation she's going to be going on in the real world, which should be pretty interesting. Shot of the diner, which is cool. Shot of Tien Chen and Kenny, some behind-the-scenes shots. We got, let's see what else we got. We got some other new ones. We got this one of Julie on the couch in what looks to be the Tien Chen family. I think this is the exact same room that Julie was in when she became possessed by these cicadas at the end of season 2. It looks like this was the same room that it happened in. We also have some awesome photos from them on the red carpet of the premiere. And noticed we got Father Kotri himself, Sean Majumder, attended the premiere with the entire main cast. This is all the main cast, and Sean Majumder is there too. As if we needed any more confirmation that Father Kotri was going to be appearing in season 3. Looks like that is all but certain. But yeah, awesome looking photo. Looks like they had a blast at the From red carpet premiere, and that's awesome. I'm glad they had a good time. Looks like they had a little panel afterwards and everything. Awesome stuff. But we have another new still right here. This is Tabitha and, of course, Henry. And I get the feeling they could potentially be looking up at the bottle faraway tree that seems to be maybe in Henry's front yard. Based on the color of the house in the background, this looks to be Henry's house that we've seen in previous trailers. So this is an all new still of again, I get the feeling it's Tabitha and Henry looking up at the bottle faraway tree, and maybe Henry's explaining it to her in some way. Maybe we are actually going to get some kind of definitive answer as to what purpose these bottle trees solve. Could this potentially be Henry explaining it to Tabitha? Maybe. I don't know. But it's awesome to see some new stills. It is awesome seeing some new stills. And yeah, it was. Father Cautry was on the poster, and he even attended the premiere. I think it's just about all the confirmation that we need that Father Cautry is going to be in season 3. And again, I mean, we've been talking about this since very early on. This channel was actually the first channel to break the news when that picture first aired, way back when they first started filming season 2. A picture surfaced, and we were kind of the first to jump on it and talk about it. And it was the revealing picture of Father Cautry on the season 3 set of From, and not just on the season 3 set, but also in the set in his priest uniform. And that instantly gave us the indication that Father Cautry is filming some scenes for season 3. And again, all of the promotional material that has come out since then has only reinforced that even more. So I think it's all but certain at this point that we are going to see Father Cautry in season 3. And I think that was even backed up a little bit more with the latest trailer that was recently released. I think we hear Father Cautry's voice in particular. I'll play it again. I know we talked about this on the previous live stream, but in that newest promotional teaser trailer that they released, where it's kind of half new footage and half the cast and crew speaking about season 3, we get this one bit of dialogue. We don't get to see who's saying it. We can only hear it. It's a dialogue voiceover that is being played over a different scene. But we hear, "It's getting cold outside." And the voice sounds exactly like Father Cautry. I think this is even more confirmation that we will see him in season 3. But let me know what you guys think. Does this sound like Father Cautry to you?
It's getting pretty cold outside.
It's getting pretty cold outside. I don't know, guys. I mean, that sounds an awful lot like Father Cautry. I'll play it one more time.
It's getting pretty cold outside.
Oof. I mean, that sounds a lot like him. That sounds a lot like Father Cautry. And again, I get the feeling it's probably going to be a Boyd scene. He's going to be returning to Boyd like he did similar in season 2. And yeah, Father Cautry's going to say, "Hey, it's getting pretty cold outside, isn't it?" I can't wait. I cannot freaking wait for that scene, but it sounds an awful lot like Father Cautry. Again, I could be wrong, but if I were a betting man, that is Father Cautry's voice. And I do think we are definitely going to see him in season 3. And I think the promotional material all but reinforces that, personally. But yeah, bring him on. Bring on Father Cautry. I cannot wait. I mean, again, he's one of my personal favorite characters, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of capacity he is going to be playing in season 3. Good stuff. Next, we have this new still as well, and also an all new still from season 3, and we have Boyd just sitting in a truck, sitting in the ambulance by the looks of it. And this is going to be a very interesting scene. We see him looking off to the side of him. Could this potentially be a similar scene when the monster comes up to him and kind of jingles the keys in his face and says, "Hey, you can't save them all"? Or could this potentially be a totally different scene where Boyd is getting ready to drive the ambulance for some reason? I don't know. But it looks like this is a brand new still, and it does look like this is probably the ambulance that Boyd is sitting in, the new ambulance that we know is going to be arriving in Fromville in season 3 with some of our new arrivals, like Officer Acosta, for starters. So awesome. We got some new photos. Yeah, we got some new photos, BK. We got some new photos. We got this one. I don't know if you were here a minute ago, but we got this one as well of Tabitha and Henry seemingly looking up at something. I think they're probably looking up at the bottle tree in Henry's yard. And I'm hoping that maybe Henry is maybe explaining what it is to her maybe a little bit more. I don't know. But yeah, we got some interesting new stills. We got some interesting new stills. And now we have this one of Boyd inside the again, inside the ambulance. We also have this one as well of Boyd and Donna outside of the diner, and it's really hard to tell what Boyd is holding there. It almost looked like a talisman, but when you zoom in a little bit closer, it doesn't. It's kind of hard to tell. It could be a talisman, could be something else. It kind of almost looks like the talismans with the rope that is attached, that is kind of tied to them usually. And could this be Boyd potentially explaining how the talismans work to some of the newcomers that arrive in season 3? I don't know. But this is also one of the new stills that I have recently come across. And again, I came across a lot more stills than this, but a lot of them have some pretty spoilery things in them that I wish I didn't even see. So I'm not going to show those here because I know a lot of you do not want to be spoiled any more than we already have going into season 3. But maybe I can find some kind of way to make these spoiler photos available to people who do want to see them. If I can find a private folder and throw them in, maybe I can link it in the Discord and only people that want to see the new photos can actually see them. Because again, there's some pretty spoilery things in some of these new photos. I got around 16 new photos sent to me, and only 4 of them were safe to show, and that's the 4 that I'm showing here tonight, the 4 that were pretty vague and weren't very spoilery. I could only show these 4. This one of Henry and Tabitha, this one of Boyd in the ambulance, this one of Boyd and Donna, and this one of Boyd holding a screwdriver. Scenes that are very much out of context. We have no idea what's going on here. So I didn't really want to show any more of the stills because once we get beyond this point, it starts to get a little bit spoilery. So maybe I can, again, figure out some kind of way where I can put together a private folder and put all of the new stills in that folder. I'll put a link to it in the Discord, probably in the From Season 3 Images channel. That way, only people who don't mind spoilers can go there and check them out if you so choose. But again, I know the majority of us do not want any more spoilers, so I just didn't feel right just showing them out here on stream. But I will find a way to make them available in some way. So if people do want to see them, they can. Because I will say, there's some fucking nutty stuff. There's some nutty stuff in some of these stills that were sent to me. Again, I got around, I think it was 16 new stills that I've never seen before. And these are the only 4 that I felt comfortable sharing, because the rest of them were, in some capacity, had some kind of spoiler in it. Some of them were very small spoilers that didn't really matter. Some of them were a little bit bigger in nature. But yeah, again, I just didn't feel comfortable just outright showing them here because I know there's a lot of you who don't want any more big spoilers shown. But I'll find some kind of way to make them available in the Discord, so if people do want to check them out, you guys will be able to. But there we go. Boyd holding the screwdriver. I don't know what's happening here in this scene, but I'm looking forward to it. But there we have it, guys. There we have it. We got 4 new stills coming, 4 new stills for the upcoming season 3 of From. Season 3 of From. And I can't wait. I really can't freaking wait for this season to get here. I do think this is potentially going to be their best season yet, just based off everything that we've been seeing, from the promotional materials to the trailers to the interviews and the articles that the cast and crew have been holding. It genuinely looks like this season is going to be absolutely nutty. Absolutely nutty. Yeah, yes, that's the thing with the Discord link. If you don't refresh it often, and you try to post a link into the chat, it will be invalid after a while. So if any of the mods are sharing Discord links, try to get a fresh one, and I need to keep remembering to put a fresh one in my description as well. So yes, I will put up a fresh one right now. I am sorry if that one was a dead link, but here is a fresh. Oh, there it is. BK. There's BK. Thank you, BK, my friend. Appreciate it. There is a fresh link to our Discord. Anybody who wants to join is more than welcome. We have a ton of fun in the Fromville Discord. It really has become one of the biggest hubs in the entire From fandom for From fan theories. It's been absolutely wild to see what each and every one of you have turned that Discord into. It's a From fan theories freaking dreamland at this point. There's so much cool stuff to dive into there. And again, that's thanks to each and every one of you. But yeah, if you want to join the Discord, there is the link. We are going to be doing a lot of watch parties directly in the Discord, and we do a lot of hangouts in the Discord as well. Last year, when we did our watch parties, we would do a pre-show, we would do a watch party, we would do all of that live on YouTube. But then after the watch party was over and the stream ends, we would usually have an after party directly in the Discord in the voice chat. And that is definitely something that we are going to be doing for season 3 as well. Once we have our watch parties and everything's done, usually we like to kind of move the party over into the Discord voice chat, and we hang out over there for a little bit. So we will be having after party shows in the Discord all year, and everybody is welcome. Everybody is welcome to join. I'm still confused. Where are we turning in for the premiere? Is it a joint show, or do I go to each page and pick one creator? Still confused. We're turning in for the premiere. I mean, none of us are allowed to show any of the episode actually on YouTube on screen. We are going to be doing the watch parties that we usually do here on this channel, the same ones we did for season 2. And we will be doing those Saturday at midnight, right after the episode drops on MGM Plus. We will be doing a live watch party then, like we did for season 2. But I'm also going to be doing an encore watch party on Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern for when the episode airs for the rest of the world. Because I know, again, there have a lot of people that are in other time periods that have been hoping to have some streams at other times and have some watch parties at some earlier times. So I'm definitely going to try and accommodate both time zones this season. But I can only speak for myself. We are going to be doing season 3 watch parties here on the channel. And the way we usually do it is the Saturday one is probably we'll all have to watch it on our own device, and we all kind of sync up and we all hit play at the exact same time, and we react live as the episode plays. It was a blast when we did it for season 2. I wasn't quite sure how it would go, considering I couldn't put the actual episode here on screen for us to kind of all watch the exact same screen. So I wasn't quite sure how these watch parties were going to go last year, but they turned out to be a pretty big hit. We had a ton of fun doing these watch parties. I was very surprised that it was that it worked so well. But it's pretty simple. Like I said, we all kind of gather here. We do a little bit of a pre-show. Then when the new episode drops on MGM Plus, we all load it up on whatever device you usually watch from on, whether it's your TV, your phone, your tablet. Load up the episode. We all hit play at the exact same time, and we watch it together. Now, for the Sunday night watch parties, the ones that are directly in the Discord, those are going to be a little bit different. I'll be live here on YouTube, but I will also be able to throw a Discord link into the chat, and all of you guys will be able to click on that Discord link, and you can watch the episode right there. We can all watch the exact same screen if we want. It won't be as chaotic as us all kind of hitting play at the same time. So the Sunday watch parties, I am going to kind of co-coordinate from here in YouTube and in the Discord, and we will be playing it in the Discord. So if anyone doesn't have access to MGM, or if for whatever reason, for the Sunday night watch parties, all you have to do is click on the Discord link, and that will take you right to the episode, and you can watch it right there from within our Discord while we're live on YouTube. So we will be doing both this year. Again, I'm trying to be as accommodating as possible to all of the different time zones that watch the channel. I'm super grateful to even have people in different time zones that even know about this channel. So I am going to try my very best to be as accommodating to everybody's schedule as I possibly can be. So that means midnight watch parties for us here in the States right when the episode airs. And that's not just for people here in the States. That's for anybody that wants to join. If you're in a different time zone and you don't mind staying up a little bit late, come and hang out with us Saturday night for the midnight watch parties too. Everybody is welcome. But for those who maybe can't make that one due to time constraints, I will also be doing the encore watch party Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, because that is when the episode airs for the rest of the world. If you're an MGM Plus subscriber, people who are paid MGM Plus subscribers, we will most likely be getting access to the episode right at midnight on Saturday night, right when it officially becomes Sunday. That is when they dropped the episodes on the app during season 2. And I imagine they'll probably follow the same format for season 3. But for everybody else, for people that aren't paid members of MGM Plus, if you're watching from just on regular television, it airs on Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. So that is when we will do our encore watch party. And the Sunday one's going to be fun as well, because it's Sunday night at 9 p.m., when it airs for everybody else, that is when the cast and crew is active on Twitter and they are live tweeting along with the fans. So it just adds the extra layer of, interconnectivity between, the fans and the creatives behind the show, because every Sunday night, like clockwork, they are all on Twitter just tweeting away with all of the fans, and they'll very much respond to you. Like if you have a comment on one of their posts or something, 9 times out of 10 they respond to you. They tend to be very interactive with the fans on those Sunday nights. So we'll be doing both. Again, we'll be doing the midnight watch parties for when the episode first drops on the app, and then we'll be doing the Sunday night watch parties for everybody else that maybe can't make the original. But I'm looking forward to it. Again, I am looking forward to both. Should be a blast. It should be a blast. And again, the midnight watch parties, we will do the same format that we did from season 2, where we all gather up here, we all load up the episode on whatever device we watch it on, and we all hit play at the exact same time. And that way we're literally watching the episode together. We're seeing everything at the same time as one another. And I also throw out a counter every once in a while, just to let everybody know if there are some people that are, arriving after we started and anybody wants to join in with us. I will actively say we're 5 minutes into the episode now. We're 15 minutes into the episode now, just so you guys will always know where on the timer to have your device to be synced up with us. But again, for the Sunday ones, those ones will be a little bit easier because we'll be able to put a link right in the chat, and you guys can just click on that link. That will take you directly to our Discord and directly to the episode, and all you got to do is kick back your feet and watch at that point. You don't have to worry about syncing up with us. That's only for the midnight watch party. But yeah, that is what we are going to do, guys. That is what we are going to do. We got a lot of fun things that we're planning for season 3 in terms of streams, live call-in shows. We got some giveaways that we're going to be planning on doing. I've been planning something interesting for a giveaway for a very long time. Now, at first, I was thinking it was something I was going to do only for members, and there is still something that I am going to do that is solely for members, just for me to kind of show my appreciation to everybody that has become a member of this channel and has stayed a member of this channel. Some of you guys have been members for, over a year, almost 2 years. Some of you have been consistent members of this channel, and I'm just so grateful and so thankful for all the support. So I am going to be doing something that is solely for members of the channel, but we are also going to be doing some kind of smaller giveaways that everybody can participate in during season 3 as well. And there's something that I haven't announced it yet because I have not 100% confirmation on whether or not I can make it happen yet, but I will at least talk a little bit about it now. I will be doing, in some capacity, I will be making talismans. Now, I have access to a 3D printer. I'm just working on getting the right perfect kind of print file and getting the right kind of material to print the talismans out in properly. And once I get that done, that was something that I was planning on doing for the members. Like if you are a member of this channel, whether you've been a member for a month or you've been a member for a long time, I was going to try and do at some point where I send out a talisman to every member of the channel. That is something that I am trying to work on right now. Again, I don't want to outright just confirm it in case I'm not able to do it. I'm still working out the logistics of it and the legalities of it as well. But if it's possible to do, I am going to try and, again, I'm going to try and get a bunch of 3D printed talismans out. I don't know what size they're going to be yet, if they're going to be regular talisman size or maybe mini ones, not quite sure. But I am trying to get that sorted. It's something I've been kind of thinking about doing ever since season 2. But I am going to kind of get with it a little bit more this year and try and make that happen. So if that is able to happen, that is something I'm going to do for channel members. Anyone who is a channel member, you will have the option for me to send you a free talisman if you want it. I mean, if you don't want it, that's totally fine. Not everybody likes to have things sent to them. That is totally fine. I totally respect anonymity online. I very much value it myself. But for those that are members and who do want it, I'm going to try and find a way where I can send you a free talisman just to kind of show my support for you guys being members of the channel. Just my small way of saying thank you. And as Dana points out, I know Dana is also planning on doing some interesting giveaways as well with some really, really cool From shirts, some awesome looking From t-shirts that Dana's going to be doing some interesting giveaways with as well. So we will also be doing that at some point here on the channel. And I know Dana has some awesome giveaways that she's planning for her and Scarlett on her and Scarlett's channel as well. So if you guys have not subbed to Dana and Scarlett yet, definitely give them a sub. And I will actually be hanging out over there on Monday night. This Monday coming up, I'll be joining Scarlett and Dana, and I believe there are some other From content creators that might be joining as well. I believe they mentioned, so which should be pretty fun. I'm looking forward to it personally. So I will be over there Monday night on Scarlett and Dana's channel, and we'll be diving into all things From. By that point, episode 1 will already be out. So we'll be able to kind of dive deep into episode 1, even more so, which we'll be doing here as well and there. So we got a lot of fun stuff that we are going to be planning throughout season 3. A lot of interesting events that we're going to be doing. And of course, I'm going to be amping up the live call-in shows. I've been getting a lot of requests to do some more live call-in shows. And I have a blast every time we do those. I really do. I just kind of always forget about it until last minute. But I will definitely be doing more live call-in shows. We'll probably do at least, if not one a week, then at least one every other week, where I'll pick a night, whether it's our Saturday show, our Tuesday show, or our Friday show. I'll be picking one of those nights, and it'll just be an all-out call-in show. I'll throw the link in the chat. Any one of you who want to come up on here and join us on panel and talk some From for a little bit, everybody is welcome. Again, if you so choose. I know not everybody likes to talk on stream, which is totally cool. It's really not for everybody. But anybody who wants to, we will be doing some more call-in shows, and I'm looking forward to it because you guys are always fun to talk to. It's always interesting to see people come from the chat to hopping onto the panel. It's just always an interesting thing when you guys hop on here and give us some of your takes on some of these things about the show. So very much appreciate all of the support. You guys have been absolutely freaking awesome. This truly is the best fandom I've ever been a part of, and that really is thanks to all of you. Really is thanks to all of you. But yeah, here we go. The 4 new stills, the only 4 stills that I could really feel comfortable showing, because the rest of them have some small, minor spoilers to big spoilers in others. But again, I will find a way to make these new stills available to everybody in the Discord. So those who don't mind spoilers, you guys will be able to check them out. Because again, I do believe it was around 16 or 17 new stills that were sent to me. And again, part of me wishes they were never sent to me, because part of me wishes I didn't see some of these things. But, nothing too spoilery. I will say there's nothing crazy spoilery in any of them, but there is a little bit. So I'll find some kind of way to make those available to people who want to see them, but I'll put it in a place where they're not seen by everybody, so people who don't want spoilers won't be spoiled. But there they are. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 new stills. We got Henry and Tabitha outside of Henry's house. Again, most likely looking up at the bottle tree. We got Boyd sitting inside the ambulance that we know is arriving in Fromville in season 3 based on what we've seen in the trailers. We have Boyd and Donna outside of the diner, and maybe this is Boyd, potentially explaining how the talismans work to the newcomers, maybe? I don't know. And then last, but certainly not least, we also have Boyd holding up a dang screwdriver, getting ready like he's ready to shiv somebody. Who is Boyd talking to here, and what is happening in this scene? I don't know, but I am looking forward to seeing it. But awesome stuff, guys. Awesome stuff. And I will play the episode 1 preview scene one more time before we call it quits and call it a night tonight, just in case anybody hasn't seen it yet and want to see it. That is totally cool. So I will give a quick little warning. Again, this is a preview scene from season 3 of From that hasn't been shown anywhere else online. It's only been uploaded in one place in all of online, and the one place that it was uploaded to, it's got like 10 views on it. So next to nobody has seen this scene yet, but it is a publicly released scene that the show did release themselves. So it's nothing spoilery that I'm kind of unveiling on my own. This is something that the network unveiled themselves, but for some reason, next to nobody saw this. So I will play the scene one more time. Again, this is a quick little scene of season 3 of From. A quick little preview, but for anybody that wants to go into season 3 completely clean, if you don't want any even tiny spoilers, I would recommend muting the stream right now and coming back in around 2 minutes, minute and a half, 2 minutes, and it will be over by then. But for those who do want to see it, here we go. Another sneak peek preview scene of season 3, episode 1.
Let me go! No, let me go!
Ethan! We've been looking everywhere for you.
You told them, didn't you?
Hey, I'm talking
Why'd
to you.
you tell them? We have to go find Mom! We can't just leave her out there. We have to do something.
Just go inside, all right? Go.
Dad! You found him. Good.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm gonna go for a walk.
Julie.
It's not your fault, Dad. None of this is your fault.
But things are really hard they seem.
There it is, guys, the sneak peek preview of season 3, episode 1. And again, it's not too spoilery, of course. I mean, it doesn't really spoil any big mysteries of the show, or it doesn't really give anything big away for season 3, but it does give us a little bit of context as to Victor's return to town without Tabitha, and how Ethan and the Matthews family might potentially be reacting. So I cannot wait to see it. It looks like Victor's coming back to town without Tabitha, and as far as we know, at least as far as the Matthews family know, they don't know she escaped. So I imagine they're probably going to think that she is out there somewhere on her own. So it looks like that Kenny and Jim might be mounting a search in episode 1 to search out into the forest to go and look for Tabitha. And while Jim and Kenny are out in the forest looking for Tabitha, that is when they come across this cannibal village and the weird totems for the first time. That is what I believe, anyway. That's not confirmed. That is just what I believe. I believe this right here is also going to be taking place in the very first episode. And I think that's what's happening. We got Jim and Kenny out here in the woods looking for Tabitha. And they're not going to find Tabitha, but they are going to find these weird totems, and they are going to find Cannibal Village, as it has been dubbed, this ruined settlement that looks like it hasn't been lived in a very long time, but certainly looks to be very, very, very old, if nothing else. So we got some stuff, guys. We got some awesome stuff to look forward to in season 3, and I cannot wait to share it with each and every one of you, both here on the channel, in the Discord, everywhere else we talk about From. I can't wait, guys, because, again, I do think that this very well might be their best season ever. Something about it. Everything that we've been seeing in the promotional material, all of the declarations that we are definitively going to be getting answers this year, it looks like this may very well be their best season yet, and it looks like they are returning to From in true proper form in terms of returning to the horror elements of From, which was something a lot of us really enjoyed about season 1. The monsters were incredibly scary in that first season. In season 2, towards the end of season 2, the monsters started to take not a back seat, but the entity, the cicada entity, started to become the main threat. And that kind of pushed the monsters a little bit to the background a little bit in season 2, which was only natural. I mean, this new threat had to kind of play itself out. But now that we're heading into season 3, it looks like the monsters are returning with a vengeance, and literally returning with an absolute vengeance, as they are trying to personally break Boyd after his declaration of stating that this place doesn't break him. So again, guys, the stakes look like they've never been higher. It looks like we have a lot of crazy scenes that we're going to be looking forward to in season 3. And unfortunately, it looks like not all of our characters will be making it out of season 3 alive. And I thought one thing was pretty interesting. We saw this little snippet that they dropped not too long ago, and there was an interview where someone was asking the cast of From to describe season 3 using only 3 emojis. If they could pick any 3 emojis that most accurately would describe season 3, what would they choose? And these are some of the emojis they chose. Check this out.
From season 3 in 3 emojis, the like swivelly eye, like swirly mouth one, the pregnant emoji, the smiley emoji.
Screaming emoji, this one, the ghoulish snowflake emoji, because we shot in winter, and eggplant emoji.
Did anyone say the eggplant emoji yet?
Oh yeah.
Okay, the mind blown emoji, the pregnant emoji, and the one where you're like shaking emoji.
That like chaos gremlin, like with the horns, like the red one, the twister emoji, and then the zombie one.
There's that one emoji with the eyes that are like, what? Looking up. That's one. The other one with the head blown. That's 2. And then where he's happy but crying. That's how I would describe season 3.
The middle finger emoji, the crying emoji, and the bigger crying emoji, this one.
I'd use the emoji that's like covering your eyes a bit because it's scary. I'd use the and the.
There we have it, folks. Some interesting emoji choices as to how they describe and explain season 3. And I don't know about you guys, but the one that stood out to me instantly, especially considering that it wasn't just one character that mentioned it too. The eggplant. What the fuck? What exactly about From season 3 is reminding the cast and crew about an eggplant? We had 2 characters mention it in that freaking little snippet there. What is up with this mysterious eggplant, and what role is it going to play in season 3? I mean, is that just a representation of the food shortage, or is there something else going on there? What is up with the eggplant? I don't know. I don't know what's up with the eggplant. Very, very strange one. Very strange one indeed. Yeah, eggplant, I don't get it. I don't know. This was an interesting one as well. The Twister Tornado one that Christy brought up as well. And I thought, okay, now we're heading into some interesting territory. Could we potentially see some kind of tornado inside Fromville? That would be nuts. That would be absolutely nuts if we saw some kind of tornado just come into town. I mean, we have seen that whatever is in charge of this place is clearly capable of sending some nasty storms their way. What if this thing could also conjure up a freaking tornado inside Fromville? I mean, I don't know. Do we have a freaking tornado coming? I don't know, guys. I don't know. But yeah, why the eggplant? Some teens told me that means something else. That's what I thought as well. That was the first thing that popped into my head. The eggplant emoji is very prevalent with the Zoomers these days, I guess you could say. The younger generation have a different meaning for the quote unquote eggplant emoji. So part of me thought, okay, is that what they're referring to? Are we gonna have like a lot of sex in season 3 or something? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the eggplant emoji, but that is probably the most mysterious one out of the lot. But those were the 2 that kind of stuck out to me, the weird eggplant one and Christy talking about the twister emoji. I mean, that one has got me thinking, like, could there really be going to freaking tornado territory in From? That would be nuts. That would be absolutely nuts. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. All right, let's see what you guys are saying real quick before we call it a night. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what's going on. Is Kenny getting his cherry popped? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's kind of been a running bet going on here in our chat ever since season 1, where people are wondering whether or not Kenny will die a virgin. If he even is still a virgin, I don't know. questions above my pay grade personally. But who knows? Maybe you're right, Mrs. Cinnamon Sweets. Maybe Kenny's getting his cherry popped. Yeah, Jade said eggplant too. Yeah, it was Jade and Kenny, right? Jade and Kenny, I believe, were the two that said eggplant. Very weird. Very weird indeed. And that might be it. Maybe it's just the lack of food. Maybe that's all that is representative, just the lack of food. Maybe that's very possible. Very, very possible. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Oh yeah, we got the zombie one, the zombie tornado one. I get the feeling the zombie one is probably referring to the monsters themselves, probably. But yeah, I guess we'll see. I guess we shall see. But yeah, not a lot of happy emojis, right? Yeah, we didn't see a whole lot of happy emojis. We saw more unhappy ones and eggplants more than anything. Yeah, maybe it's Kate and Jenny's love their eggplants. Maybe it is. Maybe it's that simple. Maybe. But yeah, crazy weather like a blizzard. Maybe that is what is referring to the twister like emoji we see Christy use. Very possible. I would love a tornado. That makes sense. I mean, wouldn't it be nuts? Wouldn't it just be absolutely nuts if we saw like a full-on tornado taking place inside Fromville? And maybe there has been one in the past. We've all been wondering what exactly happened to the hotel, the building of the hotel. We know that the lot is still there. We see the sign for the hotel. We see the swimming pool is still there, yet the building, the actual building of the hotel is completely gone. It's just an empty lot there now. And could that potentially have been what happened? Was there a tornado at some point in Fromville that took out the hotel building maybe? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's safe to say, as Susie Greenberg states, we're not in Kansas anymore. We ain't in Kansas anymore, guys. We are not in Kansas. This is Fromville. This is Fromville. They only cite Unicode emojis. No love for our ganja. I know, right? Yeah, it's just the regular basic ones you get on a phone, right? Where's the ganja emojis? I'm sure Jade would have probably popped one up at least. Mari should go in the box for that haircut. Oof. So who do y'all think is the voice on the radio? Eesh, again, another huge question that a lot of us have been wondering as well. Christopher seems to be one of the most popular fan theories that has been popping up at least in our neck of the woods. There are some people that think that might have been Christopher's voice talking to Jim, and I think that could be possible. I think that could very well be possible. But I don't know. I mean, it's one random voice, one quick scene that's never referred to again, and it's never investigated any further. So at this point, it really could be anybody or anything that was on the other end of that radio. And we still don't even know if whatever was on the other end of that radio, if they were trying to help Jim by warning him, or if they were trying to intimidate Jim. And, the voice did come off a little bit ominous, almost like it wasn't just trying to give a friendly reminder, like, hey, your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. She's going to fall into a cave where the monsters are. It didn't really seem like it was coming from a place of concern. It seemed a little more malicious. So again, we're still not 100% sure what the context even is for that voice. So I have no idea. Again, I do like the Christopher idea just because Christopher's character is still shrouded in so much mystery. We have no idea what happened to him, if he lived, if he died, nothing. So part of me thinks it could be pretty interesting if that was Christopher on the other end of that phone. But I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. But I'm really looking forward to them continuing that storyline in season 3. And I'm really, really hoping that the phone call that Jim gets in the season 3 trailer is hopefully a continuation of that scene. Maybe that exact same voice even saying something to Jim, like, your wife shouldn't have escaped, Jim, or giving Jim some other kind of clue that he needs to follow going forward. I really hope in some way, shape, or form they start to continue that storyline in season 3, because that's been one of the biggest questions on a lot of our minds ever since season 1 ended, is what the heck was on the other end of that radio? They barely even touch on it in season 2. So hopefully now that season 3 is here, we see that storyline get continued for sure. For sure. Awesome stuff, guys. Awesome, awesome stuff. And yeah, maybe it's just actually eggplants. It very well could be. Maybe they actually come across eggplants. But yeah, the zombie tornado got me. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, Google says it means male genitalia. That's usually what it means. When you see the eggplant emoji, it's what some people will use for, as you mentioned, the male genitalia emoji. That is what a lot of people use the eggplant emoji for. So that's why when I see them both throwing up the eggplant emoji, I was like, wait a minute, what the heck's going on here? What kind of territory is From season 3 heading into? I don't know. Yeah, say that 5 times fast. Absolutely not. You say that 5 times fast, Susie. You do it. Huh? Let's see it. I'm not doing it. I'll make a fool of myself more than I already make a fool of myself. I feel like I already embarrass myself way more than is necessary in front of you guys every single week. I don't need to embarrass myself anymore, do I? Or maybe I do. I don't know. Maybe I do. Elgin is expendable. He has a red undershirt on. Oof. Elgin with the red shirt. That is not a good sign. You do not want to have the dreaded red shirt on in a show like this. And yeah, this is a very good point as well, as Pi Diddley brings up. Problem with emojis is they can be interpreted in different ways depending on the person. Very, very, very true. And I think we can all very much attest to that, where sometimes we'll see people using the same exact emoji that we'll use in a post, and they're using it in a totally different context. So yeah, you're 100% right. Context means the world when it comes to selecting which emoji you're going to select. It's all about the meaning behind it because, like you said, some of them can have different meanings or multiple meanings. Eggplant is connected to China and India thousands of years ago. Ooh, interesting, Carrie. Interesting. Awesome. This is listed as pray, but people use it all the time as 2 hands doing high five. Indeed, indeed. And some people even use it as a thank you. I actually use it as a thank you all the time. I mean, yes, it is technically praying hands, but when I use that emoji all the time, I'm kind of using it as a thank you, like, putting your hands together in a thank you manner. So yeah, like you mentioned, these emojis can have multiple meanings sometimes, for sure. For sure. Spread across the Americas, European explorers brought the eggplant to the Americas in the 1500s, but it didn't catch on. Thomas Jefferson later brought seeds back from France to America. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so we got some nice history on the eggplant here in the Americas. Awesome. Thank you, Carrie. I always like learning new stuff, even if it is the origins of eggplants. I like it. So many red shirts in this show, LOL, says Jen Hack. And yeah, and I do think we need to start knocking some of these red shirts off a little bit, amp up the horror a little bit more. Let's get back to that season 1 feeling where us as audience members truly felt like anybody could get killed at any given point. And I really feel like the Father Cautry death in particular really drove that kind of feeling home in season 1. After seeing Cautry get taken out in the way that he did, especially considering it seemed like he had a lot more to do on the show with his path and all of that. That very much gave me the feeling like, okay, anybody can go at any given time. That's one of these shows. And I love that in shows. Not many shows have the balls, for lack of a better term, to go to those kind of places where they don't mind just kind of at the drop of a hat having a incredibly poignant and main character get killed off in a very nasty way. Not shows just don't always have those kind of balls. And again, that's one thing I love about From. They're not afraid to take risks. And that was something I learned, I think we all learned very early on from the very first episode of From. And I know I've said this probably a million times, but Megan, the death scene of Megan, seeing what happens to young Megan super early on, within the first 10 minutes of the first episode, we instantly know as audience members that, okay, this is a show that is not afraid to take risks. They kill off a child in that gruesome manner that early off in a series. It just, again, that instantly told me that, oh, this show is not afraid. They are not afraid to take risks. And I love that. I love seeing that aspect in writing. So yeah, it looks like we are going to get to a point where, maybe anybody could go at any given point. And I think that's what we're going to see here in season 3. Based off all of the information we have been getting, it looks like we are going to be losing multiple main characters in season 3, not just one. Based on what Jeff Pinker said, we are going to be losing a few of our most beloved characters. Not just one, but a few. Now, what exactly does a few mean? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? I don't know, but I get the feeling it's at least going to be 2, maybe 3. I'm kind of sticking with 2. I think we'll lose 2 main characters in season 3 total. But who knows? Maybe it'll be 3 or more. Very, very possible. Very possible. Donna or Sarah, I think, says Susie. Awesome. I thought this was like namaste. Yeah, kind of. I mean, that's the thing. They have very multiple meanings. When is Michael from Lost going to die? Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting and to see how uncanny the boy in white and Michael look. I mean, there's such an uncanny resemblance to that boy in white picture that the older painting of the boy in white, the one where he looks a little bit older, it's just, man, it's just so uncanny. It looks just like Michael Emerson. It really does. Like, this is a mini Ben in white. It's the Ben in white, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I've been watching old episodes in preparation for the new season. I no longer trust Kenny. Ooh, okay. Okay, no longer trust Kenny. I've always been on the fence when it comes to Kenny in terms of how much I feel I can trust him. I feel like at times he showcases, some good leadership qualities, and it's kind of few and far between, but at times he does kind of show instances where he might be capable, maybe not right now, but maybe at some point in the future, he might be capable of coming close to filling Boyd's shoes. I don't think anyone will ever fill Boyd's shoes, not fully. There's only one Boyd. There will only ever be one Boyd, as far as I'm concerned. But I do think Kenny shows certain potential at times that he could maybe be a decent leader at some point. But then again, we also see Kenny still kind of flies off the handle sometimes, and he still has that kind of mature side to him that he really needs to keep in check. So I kind of go back and forth on Kenny. I mean, I don't know where his story is ultimately going to go, but I'm looking forward to seeing it. Looking forward to seeing it. I think the town needs a certain amount of people or souls. I've been trying to count how many people are there. 47, 74. Yeah, it's really hard to get a really 100% accurate accounting of how many people are really in there, because there's not many scenes where we see the entire town and the entirety of Colony House all in one spot. I mean, we have the choosing ceremony early in season 1 when, the Matthews family and Jade first arrives, and we see, it seems like a good portion of the town kind of gathers in their choosing ceremony place. But we tried. It's so hard to get an accurate accounting of even that scene alone. So yeah, it's really hard to tell just how many people are stuck in Fromville total. But if I had to put a number guess on it, I would say there's probably somewhere from 30 to 75 people tops. It doesn't seem like there's probably much more than that. I mean, I could be wrong, who knows? But if I just had to just offhand guess off some of the things I've seen, yeah, I'd probably say anywhere from 30 to 75 around there. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, it looks like we got a gifted membership from Jen Hack. Thank you so much, Jen, for the gifted membership, my friend. My pal Jen from Down Under. Thank you, Jen. Very much appreciate that. And it looks like Quan Solar is the recipient. Welcome, Quan Solar. Welcome. So glad to have you, my friend. Be sure to make use of all of those custom emojis that we have down there. And Jen, thank you so much for the support. And you guys already know what that means. I owe Jen a whoop. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Love it, guys. Love it, guys. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see what else we got. Let me scroll down a little bit more, see what you guys are saying. A few is 3 or more. A couple is 2. And that's kind of what I was thinking as well. Like, usually when people say a few, they're referring to more than 2. Because like you said, when people say a couple, that's 2. But when I hear a few, I kind of think that it might be 3. Yeah, I mean, you might be right, Soph. You might be right, Sophiel. It could be 3. We could have 3 deaths this season. Very possible. Very, very possible. Awesome stuff. I was worried this was going to happen. They're going to make it a bloodbath in season 3 to try and make up for not killing anyone off in who mattered in season 2. I don't want to see more than 2 beloved main characters, though. I kind of feel that way too. I certainly don't want to see a lot of characters die. I love this cast. I love everybody that is a part of this cast. So I don't really want to see any of them go. But yeah, I'm hoping they keep it to 2 as well. I'm hoping it's not 3. I am hoping it's not 3. Awesome, awesome stuff. But yeah, there we go, guys. We are just around the corner now. Season 3 is right here. It is within our grasp. We will be going live tomorrow night right here on the channel, super, super early for a pregame show. So we'll be hanging out for a few hours before the episode drops on MGM Plus. And then when it drops just after midnight, if it drops right after midnight, again, we're not 100% sure if they're following the same format for season 2. I imagine they probably will, but we'll find out tomorrow night at midnight to be sure. But tomorrow I'll be going live early in the night, probably around 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern. We will be going live, and we will be hanging out for a little bit of a pregame show as we prepare for From Season 3 to hit our screens. And then when the episode does drop on MGM Plus, we will be going live. We will be staying live right here and conducting our live watch party. Very similar to what we did in season 2 in terms of the watch parties we did then, that we had an absolute blast doing. Once the episode does load up, anybody who is a paid member of MGM Plus, you can go to our MGM app, get the new episode loaded, and we will all hit play at the exact same time, and we will watch episode 1 together live right when it drops on MGM Plus. And of course, for anyone who can't make our watch party tomorrow night for the midnight late night watch party, I will also be doing an encore watch party on Sunday night as well. Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is when the show airs for the rest of the world. If anyone who isn't an MGM Plus member, if you're watching it just on regular TV, that is when the episode airs every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern on the MGM channel. So again, anyone who can't make the midnight watch party, you're more than welcome to come and hang out for the Sunday night one. Or if you want to come and hang out for both, that is what I suggest. These episodes are so good. We're going to want to watch each one at least more than once. So I would suggest coming and hanging out for both of the watch parties, both the midnight release and the encore on Sunday night, and we'll be doing deep dives into each one of the episodes this year. I'll be doing my episode recorded reviews like I did last year. I'll be doing my trailer breakdowns like I usually do. The whole shebang. We are going to be diving head first into all of it. And here is the From Season 3 watch party link. Again, for anybody who wants to come and join us tomorrow night, that stream is going to go live a few hours before the episode even loads on MGM Plus, so we can have a little bit of a pre-game, pre-show hangout. And then when the new episode drops, we'll be doing our watch party live right here starting at midnight. And then, of course, you're also more than welcome to come and join us on Sunday night as well, as we do the encore watch party and dive back into Fromville one more time. But again, I want to give a big thank you to each and every one of you. You guys have been super supportive leading up to our From Season 3 dropping. And again, I can't thank all of you enough. You guys have been... Your support has really meant the world to me. It keeps me going. I love going live and diving into all things From with each and every one of you. And I look forward to seeing us tackling Season 3 and trying to solve these crazy mysteries together. And hopefully by the time this season is over, we are going to have a much better picture as to what is really going on within the mysterious world of Fromville. So again, big thank you to each and every one of you. I will play the preview scene one more time right before we head out. I'll play it as part of the outro. But again, thank you everybody for joining us tonight. I had an absolute blast diving into all of these new scenes and some of these new stills. We will be diving into much more tomorrow night for our pregame show as we wait for the new episode, the new season of From to drop. So until next time, stay safe out there, guys, in this crazy, crazy world that we find ourselves in. Be kind to one another, And as always, keep those tinfoil hats on, folks, and I will see you on the next one.
Let me go! No, let me go!
Ethan! We've been looking everywhere for you.
You told them, didn't you?
Hey, I'm talking
Why'd
to you.
you tell them? We have to go find Mom! We can't just leave her out there. We have to do something.
Just go inside, all right? Go.
Dad! You found him. Good.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm gonna go for a walk.
Julie.
It's not your fault, Dad. None of this is your fault.